"Get your black ass out of my seat, boy." The words cracked through the cabin like a snapped cable. Sharp exposed, irreversible, manicured nails bit into Marcus Walker's shoulder, twisting denim and skin as he lurched forward. His paper cup went weightless. A brown arc of coffee flecked the front page of the Wall Street Journal and spattered hot across his jeans. The smell of burnt espresso mingled with lemon disinfectant and recycled air. Seat 1 Ampere watched it happen. White leather, brushed aluminum, a headphone jack like a pinprick. The woman who'd said it, Karen Whitfield, dropped into the seat with the proprietary ease of someone claiming a deed, smoothing a Chanel skirt that gleamed under first-class lighting. She put both elbows on the armrests, like planting flags. "That's better," she said, adjusting a diamond bracelet so the LEDs could admire it. Some people forget where they belong. Phones lifted in a stuttering ripple, chrome rectangles rising as if on cue. A teenager with a messy bun and glitter nails leaned into the aisle, eyes wide, thumb hovering. "Jenna," someone whispered across from her. "Go live." She already had. In the lower left corner of her screen lived 23, 41, 103. Marcus steadied himself with one hand on the seatback. The aircraft hummed underfoot, a low electric purr systems on, engines waiting, pressure somewhere between patience and impatience. He straightened, just enough to relearn his height under the low ceiling, and breathed once through his nose. In out. A rhythm drilled into him years ago by his father on a Georgia porch. "Count your breath. Son. Keep your time. Don't let theirs keep you." He held his boarding pass. The ink was smudged where coffee had kissed it, but 1 Ampere was still visible, a little insistence in black. "Ma'am, I'm so sorry about this disruption." The flight attendant arrived in a trained glide. Blonde ponytail tight. Smile tighter. Her name tag Sloane. She touched Karen's shoulder with a practiced brush of assurance. "Are you okay?" Marcus stepped forward, keeping the paper up. "This is my assigned seat. 1A. Sloane looked, but like people look at weather general, not specific. Her eyes did a sweep that caught his hoodie, his scuffed sneakers, his skin, and slid off the paper. "Sir, I think there's been a misunderstanding. Economy is toward the back of the aircraft." Finally, Karen exhaled in a theatrical sigh, shoulders rolling into the leather. Someone with common sense. A ding rang overhead. One chime, cabin-wide, but oddly intimate. "Boarding doors will close in 10 minutes. All passengers must be seated." A recorded voice, soft with authority, skated across cold air. Marcus lowered the pass just enough to see Sloane's eyes. "Could you please look at my boarding pass?" "Sir," she said, stepping into the aisle between him and the seat, smile thinning. "Please don't make this more difficult. I'm sure your actual seat is very comfortable." Behind them, voices braided into a whispering rope. "God, can you imagine? First class, always playing the Jenna's live counter ticked up 712. 518. 802. The chat scrolled in light-speed hieroglyphs. "Look at the ticket. This is discrimination. Where's the supervisor?" Karen tilted her face to the cabin like a stage actress taking the light. "I've been Diamond for 15 years. She announced to no one and everyone. "I can spot a fake from a mile away. I have the same loyalty status," Marcus said, voice even. "If you could just verify." "I don't have time for games." Sloane couldn't. "Now, please find your correct seat so we can depart on time." On time. 2 syllables like a leash tug. Marcus's phone vibrated in his pocket. He glanced at the screen in reflex, a stack of missed calls and texts that looked like bees. Board meeting moved to 4:00 p.m. "Where are you?" He clicked it dark. Karen noticed the device, the gleam of metal, the custom leather case. She smiled with sugar gone stale. Putting on quite a show, aren't you? Another chime from overhead. 10 minutes. A man in 2C Navy suit. Laptop open, lifted a hand. Maybe just check his... Thank you, Sloane said without turning. I can handle this. A soundless crack rippled through the cabin, a group breath taken and not let go. The aisle smelled now of hot coffee growing sticky and citrus antiseptic biting at the nose. Marcus could feel everyone doing the math on him. Hoodie plus shoes plus skin plus quiet equals not 1 ampere. He set his jaw, not clenched set. The way you set a watch to the atomic clock, my ticket clearly shows. Look at him, Karen said, slicing the air with 2 fingers the way you dismiss a fly. Does he look like he belongs in first class? This is ridiculous. Do you hear how he's talking to me? He stopped. The trick is not to chase their sentence into their trap. Sloane pressed the call button above the galley. Paul, I need assistance in first. Passenger out of place. Refusing to comply, Marcus looked past Sloane to the window. Rain ticked faintly against the glass, drawing latticework lines that caught runway sodium light. A tug lumbered by, yellow beacons winking like lazy eyes. The plane's shadow sat underneath like a patient animal. Footsteps came from behind hard soles on carpet. The purser arrived with a clipboard hugged to his chest. Uniform jacket crisp, Torres on the nameplate. He'd shaved too quickly. A pink nick on his jaw glowed under the LEDs. What seems to be the problem? His voice carried the weight of policy. He didn't look at Marcus' ticket. Not really. He looked at Karen in 1 ampere. He looked at Sloane in the aisle. He looked at Marcus's hoodie. This passenger, Sloane said, letting passenger mean problem, won't move to his assigned seat. Sir, Paul said, you need to find your correct seat immediately. We have a schedule to maintain. I am in my correct seat, Marcus said, extending the pass again. This is my documentation. Paul glanced. A glance is a kind of decision. I don't have time for fake documents or games. He said, or doing too much work. Move to economy now, or I'll call airport security. Jenna's live count jumped 5. 2K. Marcus was aware of his heartbeat. Not fast. Present. He thought of his father's watch. A stainless piece with a scratched crystal. Warm from skin, he felt it under the cuff of his hoodie like a small, steady animal. Keep your time. A tremor of disquiet passed through the rows. The elderly woman in 1B leaned around the divider, pearl earring catching the light. Maybe you should check his ticket, she said to Sloane. Precisias porcelain. Thank you, Sloane replied. Smile clipped. We have procedures. Karen laughed, delighted, as if they'd all told a joke together. Look at us, she said to the woman in 1B. Look at him. It's obvious who belongs where. Obvious to whom? Marcus asked. The words weren't loud, but they seemed to soak into the soft surfaces, the leather, the carpet, the slight sheen of antiseptic, and come back cooler than they went in. Nobody answered. Outside, a luggage loader beeped in reverse, each tone separated by a slice of dark. Paul tightened his grip on the clipboard. What we don't have time for is humiliation, the businessman in 2C said, voice calm in that way. Anger sometimes is. You haven't even verified his boarding pass. Sir, Paul said sharply, please don't interfere. Interfere with what? 2C asked, zaying. Jenna whispered to her phone, narrating like a sportscaster in a library. They still won't check. Oh my God. Guys. Hold on. Okay. Comments are saying call the supervisor. This is, she swallowed, eyes shining. This is racist. Sloane's smile faltered. This has nothing to do with race, she said in a tone people reserve for insisting on things that obviously do. then check the ticket, the elderly woman said. Another voice chimed in from 3 amperes. A young man in a hoodie nicer than Marcus's. Hey, film me if they try to touch him, he told Jenna, who nodded, mouth parted. Paul thumbed his radio. Code yellow. First class. We need additional crew support. Within seconds, 2 more attendants flanked him. James fresh-faced, overeager, and Michelle 40-ish, tired eyes, stance like a line drawn with a ruler. What's the situation? Michelle asked, eyes flicking down Marcus's sneakers and up again. We need to push. Passenger refuses to move. Sloane said, he's in the wrong seat. James positioned himself behind Marcus. Too close. Sir, we really need you to cooperate. Karen sat her phone face down. Satisfied. This is embarrassing, she announced. I have a connection in New York. I can't be late because someone wants to cosplay first class. Marcus kept his voice low. I'm asking for a simple verification. Michelle leaned in. Whisper meant to be a private reprimand that traveled just far enough for microphones. Listen carefully. Move to economy now, or airport security will remove you in handcuffs. Your choice. Jenna's camera jerked. 12K. Comments crawled handcuffs for sitting. Verify the dock. Obvious to whom? I'm shaking. The cabin began to tilt toward the kind of silence that happens before a crash. Captain Rodriguez's voice slipped silkily through the speakers. Cabin crew, please prepare for departure. Final clearance in 5. Paul's face hardened. You hear that? You're delaying 200 passengers because you can't accept reality. Reality is a boarding pass. Marcus said, reality is presentation. James muttered, then straightened when Michelle shot him a look. I mean, protocol. Behind the bulkhead, something metallic clicked 1 notch only. The sound found Marcus's wrist directly, like the cuff had already chosen his bone. He didn't turn. He didn't give the sound the dignity of acknowledgement. Karen clapped quietly, patronizing as prayer. Finally, some professional handling. Security ETA. 2 minutes. A crackle answered from Paul's radio. 2 minutes. Marcus lifted his eyes slowly to meet Paul's. The LED strip above 1 ampere reflected across the purser's pupils, turning them to slivers of cold light. Marcus spoke softly enough that people had to lean toward him without meaning to. Good, he said. 2 minutes is enough time to do this right. Sloane's chin rose a degree. What does that mean? It means, Marcus said, we don't police presentation. We verify documentation. Well, Karen said, sitting up. That's a catchy line. Did you practice? A teenage boy in 4D snorted before catching himself. The woman next to him nudged him with a gentle elbow. On Jenna's stream, someone typed, verify, documents, not vibes, and hearts bubbled like static. Paul extended a hand, open-palmed, like someone asking for a weapon. Sir, your ID. Marcus didn't move. He held up the pass, steady as a keel. Start with this. Michelle's mouth thinned to a hyphen. We don't need to examine obvious forgeries. How do you know it's forged if you haven't looked? 2C asked. Experience. Michelle said. The word did the work of 1,000 paper cuts. You're welcome to call it experience. Marcus said, if you also call it what it is. And what's that? Karen asked. Assumption. He said. He didn't say the other word. He didn't have to. The cabin had already filled it in. The airplane breathed. Air conditioner whoosh. The gentle rattle of a galley tray. Outside, rain thickened. Streaks mapping curves on the window, like someone drawing arterial lines. Jenna's camera zoomed and shook and steadied and zoomed. Guys, she whispered, security's almost here. Sloane inhaled. Sir, final warning. Marcus looked past her toward the forward galley. He thought about the porch steps under his father's boots, about the way the man had wound the watch every Sunday night, thumb and forefinger, turning the crown until the second hand made its first small leap. Tick, the sound of possibility. He thought about how many rooms he had walked into in his life, where the air weighed more if he took up space. He slid his phone from his pocket. The screen lit his face in a sterile blue sheen. The app icon that mattered sat in a folder no one could see from where they stood. He didn't open it. Not yet. He let the idea of it sit there like thunder far away. Karen laughed softly, misreading the gesture as surrender or a customer service call. He's probably calling to complain, "Dear Airline, why won't you let me play pretend?" Sloane's smile returned, a little brittle, as if built on thin glass. "Sir, if you could just..." From the vestibule. Heavy steps. 2 uniforms filled the door. Officer Sam Williams, mid-40s, dark, a face that had learned how to be a wall without becoming a door. Officer Mike Carter, compact, calm, eyes alert and kind. Their radios crackled with arrivals and gates, and a contralto monotone of operations. "What seems to be the problem?" Williams asked, scanning. He didn't look where Karen wanted him to look first. That counted. Paul took the lead, words ready like pre-printed forms. "The passenger refuses to move to his assigned seat, claims first class, despite obvious evidence to the contrary." Obvious evidence, Officer Carter asked, pen already poised. Curiosity, neutral but real. Sloane gestured toward Marcus with the kind of gesture you'd use for a loose bag. "I mean, look at him." Officer Williams' expression didn't change, but something tightened in the air. "Ma'am, I need specific evidence, not observations about appearance." Karen stood, or half stood, then reseated with the grace of royalty who'd chosen to remain on the throne. She appealed to the officers like a practiced juror whisperer. "I just want to sit in the seat I paid for. This man has been harassing me for 10 minutes. Sir," Officer Carter said to Marcus, "your boarding pass. Please." He handed it to her, not snapped, not tossed, offered. She looked, really looked. The silence that followed wasn't charged. It was studious, like a room where people do math. Her brow furrowed once, smooth lines becoming questions. She looked at Marcus. She looked at Karen. She looked again at the paper and the printed name Walker. Marcus J. And the seat 1 ampere. "This says 1 ampere, she said. Paul moved instinctively into the space between reality and his version of it, obviously forged. "That's not how we determine," Officer Carter began. "Please," Karen interjected, a hand patting the air as if to calm a skittish horse. "Use common sense. I've been loyal to Atlas Air for 15 years. Why would I lie about my seat?" She swiped open her phone, thrusting a glowing rectangle forward. "Here's my boarding pass. 1A, first class." Officer Williams took a look. He said nothing. He handed it back. He looked at the paper in Carter's hand again. The math had variables now. "Sir," he said to Marcus, more careful, "can you show us ID and explain how you obtained this boarding pass?" Marcus reached for his back pocket, slow, deliberate. He felt the watch slide slightly at his wrist. He thought, very briefly, about the difference between the kind of power that makes people small and the kind that makes room. The cabin leaned toward him without moving. Jenna's counter jumped 25K. Her other hand gripped the seat back so tight the knuckles blanched. Marcus's fingers paused just above his wallet. He looked from the boarding pass to Sloane, to Paul, to Karen, to the officers. He didn't raise his voice. He lowered it until it forced everyone else's to follow. "There's something you all need to see," he said. Karen rolled her eyes. "Finally, The show and tell. He didn't open his wallet. He lifted his phone instead. The screen washed the aisle in a light, the color of dental offices and cold oceans. For a heartbeat, just one, he let the icon glow on the glass without touching it. Something about the blue made Sloane swallow. Jenna's breath scudded across her microphone. "Guys," Marcus's thumb hovered, then lowered not to the icon, not yet closing the screen into black again. The reflection showed the half-moon of Karen's diamond and, smaller, the tiny circle of the camera lens in Jenna's hand. He slid the phone back into his pocket. Officer Williams blinked, surprised. "Sir." Marcus looked at Paul. "2 minutes," he repeated softly. "Plenty of time to look at what's in your hand." Officer Carter glanced down at the boarding pass again, as if the fonts might have changed in the last 10 seconds. They hadn't. The airplane vibrated once, a deeper hum, like a bass note, finding its frequency somewhere forward. A one-chime ding marked some quiet ritual of systems readying themselves. Jenna lowered her camera half an inch. Her voice, when she spoke, sounded older than she was. "Verify the document," she whispered, "not the vibe." The elderly woman in 1B folded her hands on her lap, thumbs aligned, breath measured. The businessman in 2C shut his laptop without looking and raised both palms, empty, as if to say, "I'm not adding heat, I'm adding light." Sloane reached out. At last, her fingers brushed the paper, then took it, like touching a stove. "You're not sure is hot." The chatter faded around her without anyone asking it to. She read the name once, lips moving minutely. She looked at the seat number. She looked at the name again. Her throat moved. The radio on Paul's shoulder crackled security at the door. "They're already here," Sloane said, but no one could tell if she was answering the radio or herself. Karen huffed. "Can we please resolve this and take off?" "My time is not your time?" Marcus asked, gaze steady. "Everyone on this plane has time. The question is, whose we waste?" Sloane lifted her eyes to his. Something flickered there, fear. "Yes, training. The momentum of assumption hitting the friction of proof." Her voice, when it came, wasn't much more than a breath. "This says 1 ampere," she said. For a second, nothing happened. The cabin had become a photograph, a freeze where movement was implied but prohibited. Then sound returned all at once. The hum, a cough, someone setting a glass down softly, the beep of a baggage cart outside. And, under it, a thin metallic click from somewhere very close that no one could quite place. Karen laughed, the sound a little too high. "Please. Everyone knows you can print those. Everyone knows a lot of things." Marcus said, "That's the problem." Officer Williams exhaled the kind of breath that means we're going to do this by the book now. "Ma'am, I'm going to need to see your ID along with your electronic boarding pass." "This is absurd." But she handed it over. Jenna's counter climbed 39K, 46K, 52K. Paul shifted his clipboard under one arm and smoothed his tie with the other in a gesture that betrayed sweat. He tried to reassert the script. "Regardless, we need to push, we need to be right." Officer Carter said. "Outside," Thunder murmured without committing. Inside, the world pulled tight like a drumhead. Marcus looked down at his father's watch, at the second hand, doing its unbothered duty. 10 minutes had become 4. You could do a lot with 4 minutes. You could start over. You could make a mess. You could change how an airplane remembers itself. He looked up. Sloane still held his boarding pass. Her grip had loosened by the smallest fraction, the way a hand does when it realizes it's not holding a grenade. "Let's try this again," Marcus said, his voice a low metronome. "Verify the document. Not the vibe, A final ding slid down the aisle like a blade smoothed by oil. The cabin leaned into it, and into whatever came next, the admission. This says 1 ampere hung in the aisle like a light bulb, flickering back to life after a storm. No one moved, but everything shifted. Shoulders lowered a millimeter, mouths unclenched without permission. The airplane's hush deepened, a velvet quiet layered over compressors and distant rain. Karen Whitfield broke the spell with a brittle laugh. "Please, everyone knows you can print those." Officer May Carter kept her eyes on the paper in her hand. "And everyone knows we verify," she said, voice flat as a level. To Sloan, without looking up, "I'll need the passenger manifest and the upgrade log." Sloane's smile tried to reappear and couldn't find the right muscles. Paul handles systems." Paul Torres adjusted the clipboard against his chest, as if it might shield him. "We're on a departure clock," he said. "Operations wants us off the gate. We can resolve this in the air." Officer Sam Williams's eyebrow kinked by a degree. "You want to resolve a seating dispute involving a potential fraud allegation after takeoff." Paul's mouth opened, then closed. The cabin rewarded the exchange with a soft ripple of suppressed laughter that died as soon as Karen swiveled her head. Marcus Walker hadn't moved. He stood with one hand still on the seatback, boarding pass now in Sloane's grip, eyes steady. The plane's LEDs traced a cool line across his cheekbone. The second hand on his father's watch swept past the 12 and started over like nothing in the aisle mattered to time as much as time mattered to itself. From row 8 came the sound of a can cracking open. Someone muttered, "Sorry," too loud, like an apology flung to the room to settle nerve. Rain streaked the window harder. Runway lights turned to smears. "Manifest," Officer Carter repeated. Paul toggled the little tablet attached to his clipboard, thumbed in a password without fully facing the aisle, hiding the screen. The device's bezel caught the overhead light with a cheap shine. Karen rummaged for her phone again, producing the high-watt stamp of a platinum loyalty card. It flashed like a badge. "I'm Diamond. 15 years. I don't know why this is a discussion." "Because paper exists," said the businessman in 2C. "Because facts exist. Because assumptions exist," the elderly woman in 1B said quietly, and folded her hands again as if to keep them from doing something they would regret. Jenna's phone hovered between them all, lens thirsty and unblinking. Her live counter leapt 68 Kelvin. 64 Kelvin. 422 Kelvin. Comments skittered like rain on metal. "Post the manifest. Verify vibes. Lawyer here, they cannot push." He's calm, because he knows. Security at the door. Paul's radio crackled, uselessly informative. "They're already here," Sloane whispered to herself. Officer Williams took Karen's ID, compared it to the e-boarding pass glowing on her screen, then to the paper in his partner's hand. His face didn't change. Years had trained it not to, even when he wanted to fling a reaction like a chair through a window. "Mr. Walker," Officer Carter said, still not looking away from the boarding pass, "can I see your ID as well?" He reached to his back pocket the way you reach into water you know isn't deep. Deliberate, fingers closed on leather. He withdrew a license and laid it in her palm with the same steady offering he'd given his paper pass. She checked it. The plastic made a small sound against the paper in her hand, a papery click. 2 different truths. Touching. Name matched name. Photo matched face. Birth date. Address. Holographic stamp. "ID confirms," Carter said. "Name matches the paper boarding pass for seat 1 ampere. Karen made a little scoffing sound with 5 meanings. Captain Rodriguez's voice slipped from the speaker again, more present this time. like he'd stepped into the cabin and whispered into every ear at once. Flight attendants, cross-check, and prepare doors. Paul grimaced. Ops will be on me if we miss the window. A new voice arrived at the forward galley, winded from a trot down the jet bridge. The gate agent, mid-30s, box braids knotted under a headband, appeared in the aisle clutching a printout damp at the corners. Her badge read Tessa. Sorry, she said, catching her breath. Printer jam. Twice, she held out the pages to Officer Carter instead of to Paul. The choice was a vote. Carter scanned the top sheet, finger tracing line items. Passenger Manifest for Flight 913. She read aloud enough for the first few rows to hear. Seat 1 Ampere Walker. Marcus J. Ticket Class J. Payment Type. Corporate Travel. Code Osprey. She paused on the last word, eyes narrowing a hair. Seat 1B Lang. Ruth. 1C open. 1D open. Tessa leaned in, tapped the second page. There's a duplicate, she said. System shows a manual override 31 minutes ago. Her finger slid to a tiny note printed in the kind of font that dares people not to read it. Seat 1 Ampere reassigned to Whitfield. Karen S. Status: pending clear. Override by user ID A077. A077. Paul repeated, something less than confidence creeping into the vowels. Admin ops. Tessa said, back office. The folks who push upgrades in last-minute crunch. I tried to reverse, but the pipeline froze. The original assignment still locked to Walker, but the override hung on top like she searched for a metaphor, like a ghost seat, like a theft. 2C supplied. Karen's smile sharpened. So the system gave it to me. The system tried, Tessa said evenly, but it didn't clear. That's why your mobile pass shows 1 Ampere, but the manifest and Mr. Walker's paper show 1 Ampere for him. Then the system is confused, Karen said, and when systems are confused, common sense should prevail. What do you mean by common sense? Jenna asked without thinking. Her voice emerged stronger than she felt. The cabin tilted a fraction toward the teenager with a camera, as if she were suddenly part of the crew. Karen turned her platinum smile to the lens. I mean, premium cabins are curated environments. There are standards. Standards like money. 2C asked. Like decorum. Karen said. Like whiteness, someone murmured behind Jenna. Not quietly enough. Michelle, the senior attendant with the tired eyes, cut in, staring past Carter at Tessa's printouts. The seat map at check-in showed 1 Ampere as VIP hold, she said, thinking aloud, remembering. We get those sometimes. Osprey code means corporate fire drill. Paul shot her a warning glance. Not cabin business. It is when it becomes our business, Michelle said, not blinking. We're the ones standing in the aisle. Paul ignored her and lifted his radio. Captain, we've got a ghost seat situation. We can move him to 2 Amperes and keep our time. Officer Williams turned his head slowly, just enough to be unmistakable. Who is him here? Paul faltered, as if startled that pronouns had weight. The gentleman. Mr. Walker. Why move the passenger whose name is on the manifest and whose ID matches the printed pass? Carter asked. Why not ask Ms. Whitfield to take her assigned seat? Because Paul began, and then his vocabulary ran out of road. Because vibes, 2C said conversationally. A chuckle flickered like heat lightning and died when Karen glared. I have a connection, she said. A boardroom full of men are waiting on me. And if I'm late, Ruth Lang in 1B said, voice soft as linen, no one waits at all. She gave Karen the kind of smile people reserve for difficult neighbors. Take your assigned seat, dear. Jenna's chat erupted. 1B is a queen. AO77 equals who? Ghost seat. I work in airline IT. This is a manual shove. Osprey. Verify doc. Not vibe now in a waterfall of caps and emojis. Sloane's fingers worried the edge of the boarding pass until the paper lifted a little like a hangnail. She flicked her eyes at Marcus. The calm there wasn't indifference. It was deliberate. It made something in her chest pinch. Apologize, she said to him, voice so quiet it barely left his row. The word apologize seemed foreign in her mouth, like a coin she wasn't used to spending. We should have checked sooner. We're checking now, he said. No triumph in it, just an observation. Like noting the rain had turned to sleet, Captain Rodriguez himself appeared at the curtain. Tall, crisp, cap under one arm. I've paused, pushback, he said without preamble. Operations is loop. Paul flushed. Captain, with respect. With respect, the captain returned. I'm not pushing a metal tube full of human beings onto an active taxiway. With a dispute boiling in the pointiest end of the airplane, Karen aimed her grievance upward, toward the epaulets. Captain, my company, this isn't about companies, he said. This is about seats with names on them and an industry that can read. The cabin rewarded him with a breath-like relief. Mr. Walker, the captain continued, you have your ID. Ms. Whitfield, I have yours. Tessa, run a live query to admin ops. Find who did the override and on what authority. Tessa was already on her work phone, fingers flying. On hold, she said, rolling her eyes with such professionalism it barely registered as an eye roll. Michelle stepped deeper into the aisle, facing Karen now. Ma'am, your assigned seat, according to gate records, is 3D, she said. Aisle, still first class. We can escort you there now. Karen didn't move. I will not be bullied out of what is mine. It was never yours. 2C said. Paul cleared his throat in a way that made everyone want to clear their throats. James, the junior attendant, had been quiet so long it was almost surprising to hear his voice. Ma'am, he said to Karen, gentler than anyone expected, we'll take care of your connection. If it misconnects, we'll... He glanced at Marcus, then away. We'll do right by you. Karen gave him a look that almost contained gratitude before curdling back into entitlement. I shouldn't have to be done right by. I should be respected. A tiny sound came from the forward galley, metal against metal. A clasp kissed and released. For a heartbeat, the aisle filled with the ghost of handcuffs. Even though none were visible, the plane seemed to feel it too. The engine's low purr took on a resonance Marcus could feel in the bones of his fingers. Tessa, Officer Carter prompted, polite but edged. Tessa covered the mic on her headset with 2 fingers. Admin Ops says AO77 is an on-duty supervisor, she said. They got a call from someone high, their words, to manually clear an upgrade for a priority client. If 1 ampere was unoccupied at T-15, she glared at Paul. Only 1 ampere wasn't unoccupied, and priority isn't a name. The word high drifted through the cabin like incense and set imagination on fire. People's eyes darted to the bulkhead, as if secrets might be stenciled there under the coat of off-white paint. Who is the someone? Captain Rodriguez asked. Admin won't say. Tessa replied, or they don't know. The number came through masked. Ops can trace, but not before we turn this plane into a pumpkin. Paul tried to reclaim ground. So you see, he said to the officers, to the captain, to the cabin. There was a legitimate process at work. No discrimination, just a system glitch. Jenna lowered her phone a fraction and stared at him over the top of it. "Sir," she said, cautious, like addressing a dog that might bite. "You refused to look at his ticket until security came." Paul's jaw tightened. "This is a high-stress environment." "Young lady, that's what bias loves," Ruth murmured. "Adrenaline. It grows fat on it." Marcus's phone buzzed. He didn't look at it. He let the vibration run its course like wind through a reed. Officer Williams stepped forward half a step, putting the quiet weight of his presence between Marcus and the crew cluster, which was mostly symbolic. No one had moved to touch him, but symbols mattered in the world of first class and in hallways and in courtrooms and in grainy videos. "We're going to make a decision based on documentation," he said. "Ms. Whitfield, your mobile pass shows an attempted reassignment pending clear. Mr. Walker's printed pass and the manifest show the seat belongs to him." "Captain," the captain nodded once. "Release the seat to the name on the manifest." Karen surged up from 1 ampere like a spring, then sat again as if her body had surprised her. "This is outrageous. Do you know who my Ms. Whitfield?" Michelle said, voice the kind used to talk a febrile patient down from a fever. "We can move you now." "No," Karen said. "Get her." Then, with a brittle brightness, "If I go back there now, everyone will think you did the right thing." Yenna said, "That's what they'll think." The live chat flooded with hearts. Jenna said it. Applause emoji. Take 3D. Not humiliation. Accountability. Sloane passed the boarding pass back to Marcus. The paper's edge brushed his fingers like a ceremony. Her eyes were wet in the way of people furious at themselves for being moved. "Sir," she said, and the "sir" this time had nothing to do with a company tone manual. "I'm sorry." He nodded once. He wasn't going to make absolution easy. That wasn't what this was for. Tessa tucked the printouts under her arm and spoke low to the captain. "There's another piece," she said. "Osprey code means corporate travel, top tier. Sometimes it's, well, sometimes it's ahead of something situation." Paul pounced. "Exactly. So moving him to 2 amperes is moving the documented passenger again because you still prefer the look of the undocumented one." The captain finished, gaze cool. "No." Tessa's phone chirped. She listened hard. Then her eyes widened a notch. "Ops confirms trace in progress," she said. "Also, corporate flagged the PNR for an internal note. It's red." "What does red mean?" James asked. "VIP." Michelle and Tessa said together. Karen gave a tiny, helpless laugh that sounded like a cough dressed in pearls. "So we're going to elevate him now because he might be important. We're going to treat him like a person because he is one," Officer Carter said. Silence again. "But different. The kind that warms rather than chills." "Ms. Whitfield." Officer Williams's tone changed by half a key, not colder, not hotter, firmer. "Please move to seat 3D. Karen stood. The small diamond of her bracelet caught the LED strip and threw a weak star onto the ceiling. For a second, she didn't look like a villain or a victim. She looked like a very tired woman who'd sprinted too far past her empathy. Then she ruined it. "I expect a voucher," she snapped, and stepped into the aisle. A slow exhale rippled through the cabin, freighted with things no one said. Michelle pivoted to escort her down one row. 2, 3, to 3D. James, awkward and big-hearted, in a way he did not yet understand how to use, slid wordlessly into the vacated space near 1 ampere and began wiping coffee from the armrest, with small, reverent motions as if undoing a stain could undo a harm. Sloane angled toward Marcus. "Would you like sparkling or still?" she asked. It wasn't about water. It was about a protocol that had finally remembered how to be a promise. "Still," he said. "Yenna." who had been a camera with a girl attached to it, found her voice again. "Guys," she whispered to her stream, as if speaking too loud would spook the sanity that had settled. "He's getting his seat. This is—" She looked right at Marcus, suddenly unsure whether to narrate his moment to the world or let him have it to himself. He saved her. "Make sure you film everyone who helped," he said. "And everyone who didn't?" She nodded, eyes glassy. "Yes. See ya." Karen lowered herself into 3D like a queen consigned to a coach. As she buckled in, she turned to the man in 3C. "I have biracial grandchildren," she blurted, loud enough for the row in front and behind to hear. I'm not that person." 3C didn't look up from his book. "Then stop being that person," he said. Captain Rodriguez tapped the bulkhead twice with the edge of his cap. Some old pilot superstition, or just a signal to the plane that the human in the hat still had humor. "Let's reset," he said. Then, to Paul, with the evenness of a written warning not yet written, "We'll be debriefing this." Paul nodded. A quick bob, more instinct than agreement. The engine's hum climbed a note. The cabin lights softened to pushback mode. The crew began their ballet belts checked, bags stowed, safety cards pointed at with practiced forefingers. The ritual was the point the day's chaos needed back into routine. In row 1, first-class leather remembered the shape of an earlier body and gave it back to the right person. As Sloane passed, Ruth Lang extended her hand. Sloane took it. Ruth's skin was paper-thin and warm. "We can learn," Ruth said. The sentence contained both imperative and hope. Sloane swallowed. "I will." Tessa slipped back up the jet bridge, phone to her ear, chasing AO 77 like a ghost through wire. Officer Williams stood aside with Carter, jotting notes. "You want cuffs," Carter murmured, so dry it could have been a joke. "On who?" he asked, not smiling. "The system." Jenna panned to them, then down to her own shoes, then back up to Marcus, who had finally sat. He exhaled as though air had weight he'd been carrying on a yoke across his shoulders. The second hand on his watch ticked, steady as breath, a small, stubborn animal doing what it was made to do. He thought of his father's porch again, of Sunday nights, of the crown turning until tension met purpose. He let his gaze flick to the cabin window. Rain had softened to drizzle, then to a slow, patient mist. Captain Rodriguez's voice flight attendant. "Prepare doors for departure." A real call this time, not a bluff. Sloane and Michelle responded in unison. Doors armed and cross-checked. Paul lifted the intercom, voice finding that warm, false cheer flight crews are trained to use, and Sloane, today, refused. "Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for your patience. Our taxi time will be about 12 minutes. Weather in New York is clearing." A beat. Then, without looking at anyone, he added, softer, like a man who had tried on the sentence twice in his mouth before letting it go. "And thank you to the passengers in rows 1 through 4 for helping us get this right." Applause began. Scattered. It swelled and then broke against the cabin walls. It wasn't triumphant. It was relieved and complicated and a little ashamed. As the plane began to push, a buzz crawled across Marcus's phone. A preview glowed against his thigh. "Call Corp. Ops Osprey Protocol." He let the screen dim without answering. Not yet. His thumb drifted briefly to the edge of the phone. Above an icon he hadn't shown anyone. He felt the weight of what it could do. He let his hand fall back to the armrest. "Still water," Sloane said, setting a sweating glass on his tray with the gentle precision of penance. "And a towel." "Thank you." She hovered a heartbeat. If you need anything, I'll ask," he said, not unkind. Jenna angled her camera, catching Marcus in profile. The glass, the towel, the watch. Her chat went feral with gratitude and fury and policy recommendations. She lifted her eyes to him over the phone. "What do you want people to take from this?" she asked, nearly whispering, as if the question should respect the leather and the hush and the thin blue light. He looked at the lens the way you look at a mirror and decide to speak to the person behind it, not to yourself. "Verify the document," he said, "not the vibe." Ruth Lang in 1B smiled and closed her eyes, as if someone had finally said grace. The aircraft rolled. Tires sighed over paint lines and concrete fractures. The nose swung toward an open corridor, cut between rows of blue lights shivering in puddles. The world outside looked like it had been squeegeed clean. At row 3, Karen stared down at her lap, hands still, bracelet no longer courting the light. She lifted her phone, opened a blank note, typed and erased and typed. In the reflection on the dark screen, for a second, she did not look like herself at all. At the bulkhead, Paul watched his own hand, suddenly untrustworthy, fold and refold the safety card he'd picked up without thinking. When he looked up, he caught James watching him with a kind of tentative courage. James mouthed, "We can fix it." Paul didn't nod. He didn't shake his head. The plane turned onto the taxiway, and the motion answered for him. Marcus placed the glass on the napkin precisely, a square within a square. The towel's cotton left a faint damp line on his fingers. He checked his watch. Time had not bent for anyone. It rarely does. People bend around it and call that fairness or fate. He closed his eyes. One breath. Two. When he opened them, the cabin light changed, softened to a golden thinness he knew meant takeoff was next. He could have pressed his thumb to his phone then and ended the day a different way. But the second hand went on doing its tiny work, and he let it. The nose nudged forward. The engines spooled. The city and its consequences waited on the other end of runway 2-7. Like a mouth waiting to argue, the aisle, at least for now, had a little more truth in it than it had an hour ago. He rested his left-hand watch, and all on the armrest that had once declared itself Karen's property and now, properly, belonged to no one and to everyone. He didn't close his fingers into a fist. He let them lie open, palm warm against the leather. As the plane gathered itself and finally left the ground, the cabin lights shrank to a thin amber hush as the jet's nose tipped skyward, and the runway unscrolled beneath them like a black ribbon pulled from a fist. Engines rose to a clean, dental whine. Plastic cups rattled in the galley, somewhere in row 9. A child clapped once and then remembered he was supposed to be impressed quietly. Marcus Walker watched the wing flex and hold, watched raindrops smear into silver lines that vanished as soon as he named them. Gear up, a heavy thunk under the ribs. The airplane became a pressurized idea, sealed against weather and argument. He felt the weight of the second hand on his father's watch, not as burden but ballast. Each click a small vote for order. Sloane Hart moved down the aisle, with the mask of service rethreaded over a face that hadn't been built to hold masks. She aligned glasses on trays like contrition could be poured cold and clear. Michelle Patterson, senior by years and scars, checked latches with the touch of someone who had learned to translate anxiety into competence. James Mitchell kept glancing at Paul Torres, the purser, like a student, stealing glances at an answer key he no longer trusted. Row 3, Karen Whitfield sat rigid, chin lifted. Her clasped hands looked like a fragile animal. She didn't unclench. She stared at the bulkhead, as if it had done something to her personally. A text flashed across her phone. She dimmed the screen with a jab, then typed with the ferocity of a person arguing with a ghost. At the very front, Captain Rodriguez finished a concise call with the tower and keyed another channel. Dispatch, this is 913. We're wheels up, climbing through 3. Incident report forthcoming. Do not clear seat reassignment, overrides en route. Repeat, do not. He kept his tone so even it made the words sharper. Copy. 913. Dispatch answered. A voice from another fluorescent universe. Atlanta Operations requests you mark this as Osprey-related. The captain glanced at the curtain. Where the cabin began, the human part of the tube. Understood. Keep a record on ACARS. And tell admin ops no more masked overrides while my doors are closed. Affirm. A pause. Also, media inquiries inbound. He didn't sigh. Pilots don't sigh on the radio. It makes the air sound nervous. But his shoulders lowered a millimeter. They can wait for the ground. In the forward galley, Paul had his headset on, the wire vanishing into a discreet jack near the coffee pots. He kept his back to the cabin. Roger that, he said to someone who wasn't the captain. Will manage optics? His voice had the slippery quality of a man whose job was to shape wind with his hands. Sloane slid a glass of still water onto the linen square in 1 ampere. The ice gave a small, satisfying crack as it settled. Towel, she offered, even though the coffee stain on the armrest had already been wiped to a ghost. Thank you, Marcus said. He tucked the cloth under his palm. Warm hand to cool cotton. Small mercies. Jenna camera girl. TikTok live at 89,000. And climbing had tilted her phone screen low now. More hush than heat. Her chat stormed anyway. Verify the doc trended. AO 77. Is Osprey like CIA? My aunt is a FA. They never. Why does 3D lady look like she ate a lemon? She sneaked a look at Marcus in profile, and then looked away, chastened by a strange urge to give a stranger privacy in first class. Far behind them, on the concourse, Tessa Hale walked fast enough to make her gate agent badge bounce. She'd returned to the podium after the pushback, because she was the sort of person who finished the story after everyone else changed channels. The printer had finally stopped chewing its own tongue. Her work phone was hot against her cheek. I don't want your "we're looking into it," she said into the mic, voice low, so the couple in boarding area seats wouldn't feel like unwilling witnesses. I want a name. AO 77 is a tag, not a person. Whose login did it roll up to? On the other end, a tired woman in admin ops dragged the words like a sandbag. We have a masked trunk line. It routed through a supervisor console because the call came in as priority, client, escalation, end of cries. Define priority. Tessa squared a stapler with the edge of a desk because some people align objects when chaos makes their chest tight. The kind that comes with a follow-up email from corporate affairs. Admin Ops said, subject line, take care of it. No signature. The message header says, Crane. Hell, Tessa stopped aligning the stapler. Crane, as in Elliot, a throat clearing that was neither yes nor no. As in, don't put this in writing. Tess. She looked at the departure board like it could answer for men in suits. Elliot Crane, Senior VP Customer Strategy and Corporate Affairs. Elevator slick. Always on CNBC, when the airline needed a smile with teeth. The type of guy who said optics as if it were a moral. What was he doing in the plumbing of seat assignment? Message from Crane carried a code. Admin Ops added, Osprey. Another throat clear. We see that code maybe 3 times a year. Tessa took a beat. Osprey had popped in her printout and made the hair on her arms stand up because she'd only heard it whispered. Corporate travel. Sure. Big deal execs who wanted to move like fog. But sometimes Osprey meant something else. not who the passenger was. Who the passenger was to the airline, whoever 1 Ampere was supposed to be. He's not just a revenue seat, opswoman said gently. Stand by for a callback. The line clicked to hold music that sounded like it had been recorded underwater. Tessa stared down the jet bridge through the porthole window at the place where 913 had been slashed. Nothing there now but the memory of hot rubber and rain. She felt the shape of a story larger than a stolen armrest press at her sternum. In the climb, seatbelt lights blinked off. A few people rose too fast, then sat again as if scolded by gravity. Michelle moved, like someone who trusted her balance. It came from having lost it enough times. Hot towels, Sloane asked softly, and first class pretended to reconsider what it had just done to someone. Cloth-covered faces, eyes closed, opened, found the world had not, in fact, become gentler for 60 seconds of steam. Paul finished his call and pasted on the smile again. Ladies and gentlemen, beverage service will begin momentarily. We appreciate your patience this afternoon. He kept talking routes, weather, snacks, as if you could narrate people out of fury. Marcus heard none of it. He watched the cabin in the reflection on the window. In the doubled glass, people looked like shadows deciding whether to be kind. The watch ticked warm against his wrist. Up here, with the world flattened into quilt and clouds, time felt truer than justice. Karen's voice cut neat lines through the soft cabin noise. Excuse me. Excuse me. Sloane turned. So did everyone within 2 rows. Karen smiled with her front teeth. I would like to apologize, she said to the aisle air, to Sloane, to the back of Marcus's head, for the misunderstanding. Michelle stood close enough to smell the citrus in Karen's lotion. Ma'am, if you'd like to speak to, I am speaking, Karen said, still smiling. I am speaking to the whole cabin. She raised her voice a notch. It seems there was confusion, and I may have contributed to it. And what did you contribute? Ruth Lang asked from 1B without opening her eyes. Beyond confusion. Karen's smile flickered. She looked at Marcus, who turned slightly, just enough to give her a portion of his face. He met her eyes for a second. Just a second. Something like recognition flashed there. Not recognition of him, but of herself as he had seen her, unflattered and unimportant. I used the wrong words, Karen said carefully, as if each syllable needed TSA screening. In a moment of stress, stress doesn't invent words, Ruth said. It just unlocks the ones you already carry. Michelle shot Ruth a warning glance and then reconsidered. The older woman was the sort of ally you didn't police. Karen's hands tightened, diamond bracelet throwing spangles onto the seat back. Well, I am sorry, she said, swallowing the shape of a larger apology like a pill. She couldn't yet force past her pride. A few people murmured something that could be accepted as acceptance. Jenna captured none of it. She'd lowered her phone. A mercy. Ms. Whitfield, Marcus said. His voice was not loud, but it moved cleanly through the cabin as if the air preferred it. You don't owe me a performance. Her eyes hardened, then softened. I owe you basic decency. Start there, he said. He turned back to the window, conversation over. She sat, expelled a breath. She wanted to look like dignity, and lifted her phone, reflex and refuge. Texts cascaded. Where are you? Saw a clip. Oh my God. PR wants to prep a response. Delete if you posted anything. She typed on plane. We'll call. It's fine. It was the kind of lie people tell themselves when the world has already stopped believing them. At 32,000, the cabin leveled. Clouds spread like an ice field to the north. To the south, a break the world green and stitched. The plane hummed like a content machine. James approached Paul with a pot of coffee. like a peace offering. We, ooh, should log what happened, he said. Properly. Paul took the pot, set it down, didn't pour. I'll handle it. Okay? James said, and didn't move, because the part where you told him to move without checking. Paul's eyes flicked to Marcus, to Jenna, to the thin curtain that hid the cockpit. I said I'll handle it. James's throat worked. He was 25, and already collecting little regrets like Lindsay. I don't want to be the kind of person who only says something afterward. Paul's face softened without his permission. He was older than he'd planned to be when he realized he'd spent half his career managing atmospheres instead of people. We'll talk in New York, he said. Real talk. He surprised himself by meaning it. Back on the ground, Tessa's hold music spat her back to admin ops. We traced the masked call, the tired voice said, redirected through a corporate trunk. The origin tag pings corporate affairs. The same office that uses Osprey when they don't want questions. Crane. Tessa said, a sigh. Look, Tess, you didn't hear it from me, but... Yes. Tessa's mouth thinned. He overrode a manifest for a priority client after T-15 on a sealed VIP seat, attempted to override. Ops corrected. The system balked because the name holder had Osprey hard-coded. That code supersedes everything. A beat. We don't put Osprey on just anyone. Who do you put it on? Silence long enough to be an answer. Tell your captain this will be handled at the top. Ops said finally, and for the love of God, don't send emails about it. Tessa hung up. She sent a text to a number labeled Capt. Rodriguez Direct. AO77 equals Crane's shop. Osprey equals not about Ms. Whitfield. It's about Mr. Walker. Will brief on arrival. T. She looked up from the screen to find two passengers still loitering near the gate, watching her with that speculative glint humans get when they can tell someone else is near a secret. Tessa gave them the kind of neutral smile that says, nothing to see here, and then sat down hard, like the chair owed her honesty. At 38,000 feet, Jenna hovered near the galley, her phone finally at her side, as if the circuitry had lost interest now that the adrenaline had burned off. Sloane handed her a ginger ale like a bartender who carded but decided to serve anyway. Your live thing, Sloane said, struggling for vocabulary around a reality she didn't live in. It's a lot. Yeah, Yenna said. Comment sections like a stadium with no ushers. She took a sip. I'll edit a version later. Cut out faces who don't want to be in it. Can you do that? Sloane asked, curiosity flaring through her fatigue. Should do that? Jenna corrected quietly. Responsibility follows attention. Sloane glanced at Marcus. He said something like that. She murmured. Jenna traced a circle on the condensation with her pinky. He said, verify the document, not the vibe. She looked up, eyes bright with the thrill of carrying a sentence that might outlive her. That's going on a t-shirt by tonight. Sloane surprised herself by smiling. I'd buy one. Michelle slid in beside them, shoulder against the coffee maker. We'll need more than shirts, she said. We'll need training that works. Protocol that holds when adrenaline hits. She looked at Sloane not unkindly. We almost blew it. Sloane's eyes found a scuff on the galley floor she'd never noticed before. I did blow it, she said. I saw a hoodie and sneakers, and wrote the rest in my head. She flexed her hands, as if trying to unlearn the shape of a reflex. I'm good at my job until I'm not. Michelle touched her forearm. Accountability isn't the same as despair. Paul drifted into earshot, reflexively defensive. We follow cues all day. He said, sometimes your brain shortcuts to keep you ahead of disaster. Sometimes the shortcut is the disaster. Michelle said, and Paul, the man who'd said optics like a prayer, couldn't argue. In 1B, Ruth Lang unfolded a small square of paper from her purse, the edges softened by years, a recipe for cornbread, written in a looping hand. She looked at it sometimes when planes lifted, as if remembering what holds together might keep metal in the sky. She lifted her gaze to Marcus and found him watching the horizon as if it were an answer laddered with cloud. "Mr. Walker," she said. He tilted his head toward her. "Not kite turning. You have somewhere important to be when we land." He let the watch tick once, twice. "I suppose we all do." She said, satisfied with non-answers that held more than the fussy one. "Bring that sentence with you," she added. "The one you gave the girl. You'll need it again." He nodded once. "I planned to." He did not look back at his phone, though it buzzed again. "Corp Ops Osprey Protocol. Are you safe?" Another media is requesting comment. Another Elliot Crane called your assistant twice. He let them stack. The air was a better listener. Mid-cabin. Aceit belt light. Chimadon. Light cha. The cabin did that thing humans do when turbulence is announced. They reassessed their place in the world and decided a Coke was still worth asking for. Sloane braced a hand on a seatback, walked heel to toe like a tightrope, and dispensed sodas and small comforts. In 3D, Karen asked for white wine. Sloane brought water. "Let's start here," she said, and Karen took it, too tired for defiance. The interphone in the galley chirped. Sloane lifted it. Captain's voice. "We've got ACAR's messages from corporate affairs. No names. A we'll discuss upon arrival sort of thing." A pause. "Tessa texted me. I'll forward to you." Another pause. "Take care of your people." "Yes, Seer," Sloane said, and looked at her people, the scared ones, the angry ones, the tired ones, the one in 1 Ampere who had offered her a way to be better and not asked for receipt. Time bled forward in the way it does in a cruise segment, elastic, then suddenly gone. The cabin exhaled into conversations you don't have when a plane is a building and not a hallway. A veteran in 4 Amperes telling a student in 4C about the hum of a C-130, a couple in 6D, planning how to fight a landlord without losing their refrigerator. A woman alone in 7 Amperes, counting to 30 over and over, because a therapist once told her counting can be a bridge across panic. When the seatbelt light chimed on again, it was the descent call. New York air stacked ahead of them like invisible plates. The sky turned from steel to dirty pearl. Phones popped out like prairie dogs. Yena's live ticker-ticket again. She raised the phone, but didn't go full broadcast. She turned it inward, aimed it at her own face. "We're landing soon," she whispered to 250,000 strangers. "If you're watching, please remember the names of the people who changed their minds in time." In 3D, Karen braced for the flare. With hands that remembered white knuckles, she glanced at the aisle where Sloane stood, braced on legs bent just so. "I'm going to lose my job over this," Karen said to no one in particular. "Maybe you'll get a better one," Ruth said without looking at her. "The kind you can carry home at night." The wheels kissed the runway like they knew they were being watched. Reverse thrust, roared, and faded. The plane exhaled, as if it had been holding its lungs for a living. "Ladies and gentlemen," Paul said over the intercom, voice steady because lives aren't improved by hearing tremor on approach. "Welcome to New York." Applause again. Weirder. This time, gratitude and dread and relief. Acknowledging each other, the nose swung toward the gate, and the airplane became a building again, tethered to a city where consequences have offices. As they taxied, Sloane's work phone buzzed. A message from Tessa AO77, traced to corporate affairs. Elliot Crane. Osprey applies to Walker. Captain wants a quiet debrief at door. Legal might meet the aircraft. Another P.S. Your eyes at departure looked like mine did my first year. You did the right next thing. T. Sloane smiled at the little grace tucked into logistics. She pocketed the phone just as James caught her shoulder. "What do we do?" he asked. "If legal wants to make this go away," Michelle answered from behind them, voice flat, leaving no room for the comfortable lie, "we make it stay visible." The seatbelt light pinged off. The aircraft nudged the jet bridge. People rose, bodies expanding into the same privilege and the same dignity they had boarded with. Sloane moved to row 1 with the practiced choreography of someone who'd had to be both host and witness. Marcus stood slowly, reached into the overhead for a leather briefcase with MW embossed in gold. Tasteful, not loud. He set it on the seat, flipped the clasp, then closed it again without removing anything. Because sometimes you only check the weight to remind yourself you can lift it. "Mr. Walker," Sloane said. She didn't try to hand him her apology again. "When we deplane, there may be people." "I assumed," he said, glancing at Jenna's phone, at the subtle cluster of turned heads in row 2. "If you don't want to talk, you don't have to." He tucked the watch under his cuff. "I intend to speak," he said. "But not to perform." She nodded, feeling something like pride for a passenger, as absurd and tender as pride for a favorite child. "I can walk you to the door." "I'll walk with you," Ruth said, standing with the undramatic grace of an 80-year-old ballerina who refuses the term former. In 3D, Karen remained seated until the aisle thinned. She pinched the bridge of her nose, then stood, smoothed the line of her skirt. She looked at Sloane, at Michelle, at James. "Do I talk?" she asked, not ready to decide alone. "Try listening first," Michelle said. Karen nodded, as if a verdict had been handed down that she could carry. The chime dinged, the door open. The jet bridge coupled with a heavy kiss, fresh air pushed in, smelling like cold metal and airplane breath. Captain Rodriguez stood at the threshold with 2 people in suits, just behind him. Legal. By the look of the lanyards and the way they mistook neutrality for kindness, Tessa waded past them, phone in hand, eyes lit with the relief of finding a thread and the fear of what pulls when you tug it. She met Sloane's gaze and flashed the quick solidarity smile of women who've had to keep each other's receipts. Then her eyes slid to Marcus and widened the tiniest fraction. He stepped forward, Ruth at his elbow like a lighthouse, Sloane half a step back, Michelle forming a quiet wall at his flank. James hovered, learning by watching. Paul smoothed his tie and thought about how to stop smoothing everything. On the public side of the glass, 3 cameras lifted. Not many. This wasn't a press conference, but enough to make the moment feel like a hinge. "Mr. Walker," one of the suits said, already extending a hand, already shaping the day into a box, with "managed" written on the lid. He didn't take it. Not yet. He lifted his left hand instead, and looked at the watch his father had wound every Sunday at 6. The second hand ticked once, twice. Enough time to decide who he would be at the door. "Before we talk," he said, voice carrying past the suits to the gate area and the handful of onlookers, to Jenna's camera, and the imaginations of people who hadn't yet clicked the clip but would. "I'm going to ask one question." The air tilted, just slightly, to hear it. "Who told admin ops to ignore the manifest?" he asked. "Give me a name?" He let the watch tick while everyone discovered whether they were brave enough to say it out loud. Behind the suits, past the glass, Tessa's phone kimmied. She glanced down and then up, mouth set. She took a step closer to the threshold where planes become cities and cities decide what stories are for. Crane, she said, clearly, to whoever wanted to hear, Elliot Crane. A ripple moved through the gate area, through the suits, through the exact air that had carried a different word boy not so long ago. You could feel the pitch shifting, the story insisting on being taller than one aisle, bigger than one seat. Marcus nodded once, not surprised, not pleased. Ready? Then we'll start there, he said, and stepped into the bright rectangle of the jet bridge where weather and law and the next chapter were waiting. The hinge of the jet bridge framed him like a door to a different weather terminal, air dry, metallic, threaded with pretzel salt and disinfectant rushed in against the cabin's bottled climate. Fluorescence beat a colder white. Every sound arrived layered boarding chimes bleeding into a TSA bin, crashing into a child's high laugh 3 gates down. Marcus Walker stepped into it, the way you step onto a stage you didn't ask for but will not cede. Captain Rodriguez stood square at the threshold, hat tucked under his arm. Beside him, 2 suits with legal's laminated neutrality, and a third with hair shellacked to a press conference finish. Behind them, through the glass, the concourse watched with the level interest New York reserves for either tragedy or theater. Who told admin ops to ignore the manifest? Marcus asked, voice precise enough to make the air recalibrate. A beat of trade winds quiet. Then Tessa Hale's shoulders squared. Badge, catching the light like a small shield, stepped forward from the gate podium. Crane, she said, clear enough to land. Elliot Crane. Corporate Affairs. The suits turned fractionally, as if their spines were tuned to the name. The one with the hair PR, by the look of his veneer, smiled like a soft apology for the weather. Mr. Walker, Nolan Price, Communications. If we could step into the lounge, we can discuss everything in a more comfortable environment. Comfort is how rot spread. Ruth Lang murmured at Marcus's elbow, not bothering to whisper. Michelle Patterson's eyes flicked from Nolan to Tessa, with the practiced scan of someone cataloging who might help and who might merely speak. Sloane Hart stood a half-step back, hands folded in front of her to keep them from betraying the tremor she could not afford. Captain Rodriguez inclined his head toward a glass-walled conference room just off the gate. We can use Delta's courtesy lounge, he said, the vowels clipped by discipline. The captain's eyes found Tessa's, and held for a heartbeat. A conversation passed without sound. Nolan's smile brightened. Perfect. We'll get you some privacy. Not too much, Marcus said. The problem grew in privacy. He moved first, not to be led, Ruth pacing him with the quiet steadiness of a lighthouse on legs. Inside the conference room, the table gleamed too much. Someone had arranged a pitcher of water and 6 glasses, as if hydration could dilute liability. Counsel Decker, the taller suit, introduced herself, offering a hand that Marcus declined without cruelty. We're here to make sure process is respected for all parties. Good, Marcus said, taking the head of the table because he refused to sit anywhere else. And because sometimes theater is a form of truth. Start by preserving evidence. He slid into the chair, placed his father's watch on the table face up. Its second hand ticked like a metronome. The room couldn't quite keep time with. Chain of custody on the admin ops call logs. ACAR's messages to and from the cockpit. Interphone recordings. If you retain them, gate security footage. Social media posts, already public. We'll catalog and contact the posters for voluntary copies. I'm assuming you know New York spoliation standards. Counsel Decker blinked. She recovered quickly, but the 3-second lag told its own story. Of course, she said, we were about to recommend the same. Were you? His tone left the sentence neither question nor concur. He turned his head a fraction. Ms. Hale, Tessa stepped in, laid 2 printed pages on the table. Admin ops, transcript, excerpts, she said. AO-77 routed through corporate affair. Tag Osprey, attached to passenger 1 Ampere. System rejected. Override due to hard code. She did not look at Nolan when she said hard code, but the word landed where it should. Nolan's smile thinned. Osprey is a routine VIP indicator. For whom? Ruth asked, settling into a chair without asking permission. A routine courtesy involves rearranging strangers like furniture. It's for passengers who require discretion, Nolan said, learning nothing as he spoke. Discretion is not a synonym for impunity, Marcus said. Counsel, I also want a written confirmation you've instructed all employees not to delete texts, emails, or Slack messages related to Flight 913, Gate A12, or the names of any passengers in first class. Send it to your own addresses as well. Self-preservation enjoys convenient amnesia. Counsel Decker uncapped a pen, wrote a single word that, for once, wasn't performative hold. We'll issue a litigation hold, she said. Immediately, Nolan adjusted his cuff, which didn't need adjusting. Mr. Walker, we all regret that a misunderstanding escalated. We can frame this as an opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to inclusion without inflaming. Call it by its name, Marcus said. Level. It wasn't a misunderstanding. It was racial profiling. The airline's response will be judged by whether it acknowledges that in plain language, air thinned. Counsels like Decker spend their careers preventing the spoken word from becoming an exhibit. She exhaled through her nose. From a legal standpoint, she began admitting. From a human standpoint, Marcus cut. Evading is complicity. Silence did the slow swing of a door on unoiled hinges. Captain Rodriguez, who had navigated Cumulus and committee rooms, chose that moment to clear his throat. For the record, he said, my crew will write as complete a report as possible. If there are disciplinary proceedings, they should be fair. That includes protecting employees who tell the truth from retaliation. It wasn't lost on anyone that he was looking at Sloane when he said it. Sloane's voice entered the room like a hand tentatively extended. I'd like to make a statement, she said. On the record, Nolan pivoted toward her, smile fully weaponized. Ms. Hart, we can craft something together that reflects your— No, Sloane said, surprising herself with the clean edge in her tone. You can add your templates later. I'll say what I did. Marcus nodded. Not at her, he would not co-opt her agency, but at the space she was about to occupy. Sloane swallowed once. She placed her hands on the back of the chair in front of her, so she couldn't wring them. When I saw Mr. Walker, I saw a hoodie, sneakers, a black man standing in the aisle. I filled in a story in my head that fit those pictures and not the document he was holding. I refused to read a boarding pass because my brain had already printed one and laminated it. Her breath tremored only once. That's not a misunderstanding. That's bias. Mine, it didn't come from protocol. It came from me, and then when my senior told him to move, I nodded, because it was easier to follow a wrong story than interrupt it. Michelle's chin tilted in a fraction of pride. James's shoulders loosened as if somebody had opened a window. Paul Torres, the purser, stared at the table's sheen and found a distorted version of his face looking back. Thank you, Marcus said quietly, to Counsel Decker. You see why the hold matters. People are braver when they believe truth won't cost them their rent. Nolan regained his footing on the only ground he knew: optics. We can get ahead of this if we facilitate a joint statement and a donation to— We aren't ahead of anything, Ruth interrupted, voice like a tapped walking stick. We are, at best. pointed in the right direction. The room's glass wall buzzed faintly as a crowd gathered outside like weather cell phones angling for focus. A few local reporters with battered press badges, a uniformed Port Authority cop, and his partner positioning not to police, but to witness. Counsel Decker's phone vibrated on the table. She glanced. Crane ETA 10. Patch me in. She winced like someone tasting a peach too soon. Mr. Crane would like to join by call. Of course he would, Ruth said. Men like that love disembodied power. Nolan's smile had thinned to enamel. He tapped a conference phone. The line trilled, clicked, replaced the room's ambient buzz with a voice tuned for shareholder calls and Sunday morning shows. Elliot Crane, the voice said, as if the introduction were a credential. Mr. Walker, I want to apologize personally for the experience on our aircraft. We take our premium customers' dignity very seriously. Premium, Marcus repeated, a curious modifier for a human right. Elliot gave the kind of chuckle that says, I hear you, but also I do not. Words matter. So does de-escalation. I've instructed my team to provide vouchers and consider personnel transitions. We'll resolve this quietly. That's best for everyone, including you. Did you instruct admin ops to attempt a seat override after boarding closed? Marcus asked, a breath, long enough to locate a verb that wasn't yes. I authorized a routine accommodation for a priority client. And when the system told you the seat was hard-coded Osprey flags, internal. For whom? Ruth asked, doing without the mic what interrogation professors try to teach for men who mistake their reflection for a moral. Elliot's tone sharpened by 1 degree. I don't answer to unidentified parties in a gate lounge. Then answered to the people you nearly turned into an addendum. Marcus said, you attempted to move a passenger from a seat he held. The only reason your override failed is because the seat's code outranked your ego. He let the watch tick. You can decide right now whether you work for a company or for your vanity. Counsel Decker's eyes closed briefly. A lawyer's prayers say less. Nolan's knee bounced under the table. On the other side of the glass, Jenna Hare, in a lopsided bun now, live counterclimbing, angled her phone to frame the conference room through reflections and movement. The caption she typed read, they're saying the quiet parts out loud. Verify the document. Port Authority Officer Ortiz, 40-ish, barrel-chested in a way that came from years, not Jim Mirrors, stepped just inside the lounge. Partner Kim ghosting him. Counsel, Ortiz said, nodding. We're here to take witness statements. If anyone wants to file, no rush, but the door's open. Thank you, officer, Marcus said, meaning it. Elliot's voice shifted registers. All desert air gone. Mr. Walker, we can offer you a private escort, a direct line to our CEO, and a role advising. Advise you. Marcus smiled without amusement. You believe I want proximity to the problem instead of an answer to it. It's called influence. Elliot said. It's called co-optation. Marcus said, here's mine at 5 p.m. I'll be in the public concourse outside security by the big clock. I'll speak about what happened and about policy. Anyone is welcome, including your crew, if they choose. Nolan sat forward. That's his right, Captain Rodriguez said. And for a second he sounded like more than a pilot. He sounded like the idea people used to mean when they said citizen. Mr. Walker, Elliot pressed. Let's be mutually rational. Mutual rationality starts with mutual risk. Marcus said, you'll be there. The phone stayed a phone. Elliot's silence was a weather system of its own. Thought so, Ruth said. She had the look of a woman who'd watched bullies her whole life and learned that At a certain pitch, they couldn't hear vowels that weren't their own name. Counsel, Marcus said calmly. One more item. No one disciplines Ms. Hale, Ms. Hart, or any crew member for preserving evidence or speaking truthfully. You'll put it in writing. Retaliation is a separate cause of action. Counsel Decker's jaw worked, then settled. We'll memorialize protections, she said. Port Authority will get copies. Paul Torres finally looked up. He'd been performing calculations in his head. Numbers that ended with losing a mortgage, losing face, losing the story he'd told himself about who he was at work. Mr. Walker, he said, voice a rasp. In the galley I said a thing I thought a leader says. We'll manage optics. I should have said we'll manage harm. I should have said we'll verify before we decide. And I should have made sure my team understood the difference. His gaze flickered to Sloane, to James, to Michelle, then back to Marcus. I don't know what comes next for me, but I know what went wrong belongs partly to me. James inhaled like someone surfacing. I told myself I was defending standards. He blurted. What I defended was a gate I didn't build, that I happened to be standing inside. Michelle's mouth softened. The first true thing you said all day. Through the glass. Crowd pressure increased. Press badges now doubled. The low-voltage murmur of a public. Sensing it was about to witness something unscripted, Karen Whitfield hovered in the back of the lounge, half in, half out, as if proximity would absolve her by osmosis. She watched Sloane speak, and Paul bend and James lurch toward honesty. Envy flushed her cheeks, and she mistook it for shame. Her phone vibrated. Karen Media requesting comment. Company counsel advises you leave the airport and make no statements. We'll craft a response. PR, she typed, I'll call. She didn't. She slipped the phone into her bag like it might bite. Ms. Whitfield, Ruth said without turning. If you're going to practice your apology in your head, try practicing hearing one first. Karen blinked. From whom? From the part of yourself that despises mirrors. Ruth said, the one that speaks in the voice you used on that aisle. Karen's mouth opened, closed. Elliot returned to the only play he trusted. We can align on a narrative, he said, one that doesn't damage careers indiscriminately. You attempted to damage a stranger's dignity quite discriminately. Marcus said, we'll align on facts. Counsel Decker lifted both hands. A fraction. We're spiraling. Here's what I propose statements at 5 in the concourse. As per Mr. Walker, company will observe. We will issue our own statement afterward, no euphemisms. Legal holds are in place. Ms. Hart and Ms. Hale are protected. Mr. Torres, Ms. Patterson, Mr. Mitchell, you'll meet with me tomorrow. With Union present, Captain. Your report as soon as practicable. She looked at Tessa. Ms. Hale, you'll send me those excerpts electronically. I'll send them to legal and to Port Authority. Tessa said. She didn't smile. She didn't need to. Nolan's phone buzzed, madly push alerts like hail. Clip hits 1, 2 meters. Local ABC on site. Hashtag verify the document trending 4. He looked momentarily human. Then the lacquer found him again. The conference phone emitted a polite beep. Call ended. Elliot had left, or been called somewhere. He could talk without hearing the words your name was said out loud. The room exhaled. People stood because bodies like to move when ideals have been arranged. Sloane followed Marcus to the door. You shouldn't have to carry this, she said. It wasn't apology anymore. It was fact. I'm not carrying it alone, he said, and nodded toward Ruth, toward Tessa, toward the hairline fractures running across the old habit of silence. Outside, the concourse's big clock loomed, the kind of analog monument cities bolt down so people have something to meet under. Between here and there, a river of tile, two news crews setting up a pretzel stand, whose heat lamps turned salt into smell. Port Authority officers Ortiz and Kim drifted in the wake like good ghosts. 5 o'clock, Ruth said. You have an hour. Do you plan to write? Marcus looked at the watch, at the second hand that had ticked through jury duty and weddings, and the day his father taught him to return a library book on time. Even if you hadn't finished it, because being a person is a contract. He slid the watch back on, seam of cuff, meeting brass, as if they'd been born together. I'll speak, he said. Writing is how men like Elliot turn weather into wallpaper. Ruth smiled, a small, sideways thing. Then breathe from your feet. He glanced at Sloane. You don't have to come. I know, she said. I want to learn how to be useful without making it about me. He looked at James. If you stand there, you'll hear things that'll make you defensive. Breathe past your first reaction. James nodded. Solemn as a new vow, Michelle's gaze found Karen lingering at the edges. You can stand there, too, she said, not unkindly, quietly. Karen swallowed. What if I want to find a way to keep your job? Michelle finished for her. Then start by keeping your eyes open. Tessa checked her watch and the gateboard and the crowd in the same sweep. I'll shepherd press to the clock. And heart, she added. Softer. That thing you did in there, naming it, it's heavier than an apology and lighter than a lie. Good choice. Sloane's shoulders lowered a half-inch. Thanks, she said, as if accepting permission to keep trying. They moved as a slow procession out of the lounge, the captain peeling off toward his cockpit to finish paperwork. Counsel Decker gathering hold notices like Shield. Nolan Price, hustling 2 steps ahead to whisper into a microphone he mistook for control. The concourse air broke open around them. At the mouth of the public side, a janitor in a reflective vest leaned on his mop and watched the little parade. What's going on? He asked nobody and everybody. Maybe the right kind of trouble, Ruth said, and the janitor smiled. Understood. At 4, 3, 2, Marcus stood beneath the clock's clean, readable face and listened to the city rehearse around him, a kid's shoes squeaking, an announcement about unattended baggage, an old woman apologizing to a plant she'd brushed. He closed his eyes. The watch ticked into his wrist. At 4, 3, 7, Jenna set her phone on a tripod because she was learning that if you're going to document a thing and also be a person inside it, you need both hands. At 4:42, Port Authority brought a small, portable speaker, because sometimes the state can be useful. At 4:51, the first question came from an off-brand reporter with an on-brand hustle. Sir, are you doing this for clout? Marcus opened his eyes. Clout is a word for power that doesn't come with responsibility. He said, I'm doing this for responsibility. At 4:57, a text pinged his phone. Unknown number, but not. Egg, be careful. There are bigger things at play than you know. He smiled. A small winter sunrise at the corner of his mouth. He typed nothing. Some silences are an answer. At exactly 5, the clock's minute hand kissed its marker. He stepped forward into an unmapped bright and said the first sentence that would become the spine of a policy and the beginning of a bruise turning into a story. Verify the document, not the vibe. Phones lifted. Heads did, too. Somewhere behind the line of cameras, Elliot Crane refreshed a feed he couldn't control. The watch ticked on. Verify the document, not the vibe. The sentence hung under the big concourse clock like a banner you couldn't pull down. For a heartbeat, the airport made that rare sound public spaces make when people decide to listen. the pooling quiet of a crowd leaning in. The smell of pretzels warmed the air. Far off, a toddler squealed at a rolling suitcase, as if it were a friendly animal. Phones lifted in synchrony, a glittering constellation pointed at one human throat. Marcus Walker let the quiet weigh him before he added to it. He placed the old brass watch on the small metal podium Port Authority had wheeled over, the face turned up like a witness. "Every system we trust," he said, voice steady, as if reading an instrument panel, "has a checklist. Pilots read them, surgeons read them, even baristas read them. So your decaf isn't someone's heart attack. We have those checklists because humans are wired for shortcuts. Shortcuts save lives, and shortcuts ruin them. The difference is whether we check the facts before we let the shortcut drive." He let his gaze move across faces. A flight attendant on her way to crew rest, a guy in a Knicks cap fiddling with his AirPods, a woman in a pencil skirt who'd been crying earlier but was trying not to let it show. Yenna, hair half escaped from its tie, had balanced her phone on a collapsible tripod. The live counter ticked upward, a digital tide. "What happened at A12 wasn't a misunderstanding," Marcus continued. "It was a script, misfiring. It's a script most of us absorbed long before we could spell the words. It says clothes prove character. It says skin predicts story. It says entitlement looks a certain way and doesn't look like me." A murmured yes from somewhere on the edge of the crowd. Ruth Lang stood at his flank, a cane she didn't need today, serving as punctuation as she watched faces the way a gardener watches weather. "So here's a new checklist," Marcus said. "Read, repeat, record. Read the document the person is holding. Repeat what it says to them to confirm you're seeing it. Record your decision-making on paper, on audio. Wherever your policy says so, when you are asked to explain, you can point to facts, not feelings. 3 steps, 90 seconds. It's what the flight crew already does for the doors and the slides and the oxygen masks. We can do it for dignity." A nod from Captain Rodriguez near the edge of the shape the crowd made, his arms folded, eyes steady. Port Authority officers Ortiz and Kim flanked the informal stage without crowding it, their presence a practical permission. Nolan Price tried to be part of the air. He hovered just inside the ring, Bluetooth in one ear, face performing concern in a way that tested the definition of acting without a script. Counsel Decker stood a half step behind him with a yellow legal pad and the posture of someone trying to let the room be what it needed to be while calculating the litigation she was born to prevent. "Ms. Hale," Marcus said, and stepped back. Tessa Hale didn't climb the 2-inch platform. She stood on tile like everyone else, phone in one hand, printed pages in the other. "I'm a gate lead at this terminal," she said, the simple sentence laying down credentials cleaner than a resume. "Our admin system routed a change request to me. It came tagged Osprey, which is a flag for VIP discretion. The request asked to override seat 1 ampere after boarding. The system denied it because that seat was hard-coded in advance." She glanced up at the crowd and then down at the paper again. The request did not include any safety justification. It was logged as a courtesy accommodation. A ripple, not outrage yet, but the low sound an audience makes when it hears a key change. Someone asked, "Who made the request?" And Tessa shook her head. "The log shows corporate affairs authorized it," she said. "I won't name an individual at this mic. The people responsible know who they are. Our legal team and Port Authority have the transcript." Marcus took the mic again. "The point isn't which name authorized it. The point is that it happened. The point is that I was asked to get out of a seat I held because a different story fit someone's comfort better." He glanced at Sloane Hart. She looked down at her hand. then up. When Marcus offered the mic, she hesitated for one breath, and then took it. "My name is Sloane," she said. The syllable was softer than steel, but sharper than apology. "I work cabin crew." When Mr. Walker said, "This is my seat," I didn't read his boarding pass. I didn't repeat what it said. I didn't record my decision-making. I looked at him and at my idea of him, and I believed my idea. That's not protocol. That's bias. Mine. I didn't wake up wanting to do harm. That didn't stop me. Her throat moved visibly when she swallowed. "I'm not asking you to say I'm brave. I'm saying out loud what I did. So the next person who hears their brain whisper, 'You already know,' will stop long enough to check a piece of paper." A small sound, not keyed applause. Ruth's cane tapped once, the way you'd tap a nail to make sure a frame will hold. From the second row, a man in a navy blazer raised a hand. "Policy question," he called. "Aren't there safety guidelines about not showing ID or boarding passes to other passengers? How is crew supposed to manage that? And your checklist?" Ruth smiled like she'd been waiting all afternoon to teach a tiny class. Marcus gestuurd. She took the mic. "You don't ask strangers to audit you," she said. "You ask your own eyes to read the document the person is handing you, not the one in your head. That's all. Managing safety and managing bias aren't enemies. They are the same discipline, not letting panic make your decision." Miss Lang used to run diversity programs at a hospital, Marcus added. Brief bio. So the answer didn't feel like magic. Translation, Ruth said, handing the mic back. "I've watched surgeons check the same patient's name 3 times and then ask them, 'Can you tell me your birthday?' The baby still gets delivered, and no one cuts the wrong thing." Laughter, nervous and real. It loosened shoulders. Nolan stepped in, palms open in a choreography of de-escalation he assumed was universal. "We appreciate the community feedback," he said into the air, not the mic. "The airline will be reviewing." Port Authority Officer Ortiz lifted one finger without touching his holster or his authority. "Sir," he said to Nolan, "you'll get your turn." It wasn't a threat. It was permission, properly allocated. A crew member in a rumpled cardigan moved closer to the cordon of humans. "Name's Mateo," he called. "Accent New York, via El Paso. I fix the planes you all sit in. I've seen checklists save lives. If y'all make a checklist for dignity, we'll use it. I'd rather torque bolts than read Facebook apologies." The circle chuckled. Marcus nodded to Mateo, then to the woman next to him, older, elegant in that Harlem way that refuses to declare itself because it doesn't need to. "I'm Evelyn," she said. "I get to be 80 next month. I got told to move to the back of a bus once. Been told 1,000 times since, just with better vocabulary." That young woman, she tipped her chin toward Sloane, said a true thing. "It's not about mean people versus nice people. It's about what happens when you're in a hurry. And the story that lives in your bones is the first one to your mouth. A murmur, this one warmer. That's why we record," Marcus said. He tapped the podium with 2 fingers, the sound a small witness. "We're humans. We're all running old code. Recording lets us update the software." A rectangular chime from above gate monitors blinking. A crimson banner scrolled across the screens. Nearest the clock, S Security Advisory. Unscheduled gathering may cause congestion. People shifted. A herd's instinct to avoid authority more than danger. Nolan's smile tightened by a millimeter. His thumb danced on his phone. Officer Kim stepped toward a monitor. "Read." Keyed her radio. "This isn't from us," she said, voice even. She looked at the crowd and lifted her own mic. "There's no security issue with a group of citizens standing under a clock and talking about paperwork. You're fine." The banner blinked off. A cheer, small and satisfied, lifted like steam. Nolan's face pretended not to have opinions. Transparency test number 2. Ruth whispered to Marcus, just loud enough for the first row to hear. See who calls the fire department to get out of a conversation. A young reporter with a press badge that still creased where the lamination curled asked, Mr. Walker, are you anti-airline? Anti-union? Anti... He tripped over the right noun. I'm anti-gaslighting, Marcus said, not unkind. I'm pro-accountability. Those aren't opposites unless you need them to be. He glanced down at the brass watch. The second hand traced the circle as if it were mowing a lawn no one noticed needed cutting. He picked it up and held it for the camera and for the woman in the pencil skirt and for the man in the Knicks cap and for Sloane, who had never seen him without the watch. My father, he said, drove a city bus 30 years. First day he got his route alone. He bought himself a watch from a pawn shop because he didn't want anyone to say he made people late. A week later, a security guard followed him through a department store while he was on break. You people always looking with your hands, the guard said. My father took off the watch and held it out, palms up, like a peace offering and a dare. I look with this, he told the guard, meaning the watch and meaning his eyes, and meaning you could either see him as a man who keeps time or as a shape to be moved. The guard apologized. A little, my father kept the watch. When he died, I got it. I'm not sentimental about much. I am sentimental about this being a person is a contract. You keep time for other people, and they keep it for you. He set the watch back down. For a long second, you could hear the fans inside the big clock. The way you can hear an old building breathe when you stand still enough. Questions? Marcus asked, because this wasn't a sermon and never would be. A hand shot up an older man with a union pin. I represent cabin crew, he said, stepping forward without waiting to be beckoned. Names Byrne. We're out here because we want our folks to go home with a paycheck, not a lawsuit. Public shaming doesn't fix culture. Training does. Due process does. Agreed, Marcus said before the man could steamroll. No one here is asking to fire your people by applause meter. We're asking to put a camera on the process. That helps crew too. It protects them when a passenger lies. It protects them when corporate tries to throw them under a bus they don't drive. Byrne measured him, ran his tongue along the back of his teeth, like a man considering bite versus chew. You sound like you've been inside a grievance hearing, he said. I've been inside too many rooms where power pretended to be procedure, Marcus replied. Paul Torres, the purser, elbowed his way closer, phone in his hand, and gravity at every joint. He didn't ask for the mic. Marcus offered it as if they'd agreed on something in a different lifetime. I just got a text, Paul said, voice rough from too many coffees and not enough water. He held up the phone, suspended pending investigation. No pay until review. Meeting at 9 a.m. with legal and union. He breathed out, a short thing. That's fair. I called security before I called the manifest. I defended optics instead of truth. The crowd shifted, the way a crowd does when shame is present but isn't weaponized. Paul cleared his throat. I'm not a villain, he said. I am a tired person who mistook convenience for policy. That isn't excuse. That's diagnosis. Diagnosis is where treatment starts, Ruth said, and her voice, for once, had honey in it. Sloane's eyes glistened. Michelle stood beside Paul like a tree you could lean on, that would tell you when to cut it down if it got sick. Karen Whitfield edged nearer to the ring, designer bag welded to the crook of her elbow like a prop. You could see the calculations on her face when to speak, how to angle, whether the cameras would see remorse as relief. She didn't raise a hand, a small mercy, or a fresh defense. May I? Nolan said suddenly, stepping forward as if Q and control were the same word. Marcus nodded. He believed in putting people in front of the standard they'd tried to hold with someone else's arm. "We are sorry," Nolan said into the mic, pitch calibrated to sorrow with hope in it. "We do not tolerate discrimination. We are taking immediate steps to—" Jenna glanced up from her tripod. "Which steps?" she asked aloud. "Not meek." Nolan blinked. "We'll be conducting training." "Which training?" Ruth asked, not rescuing him. "Implicit bias," Nolan said. "And we've all done those modules," James Mitchell called from the fringe, the admission surprising him. "We check the boxes. Then we go back and do what the gate requires fastest." Marcus lifted the mic just enough to cut the room's drift. "Here's the difference between a press release and a policy," he said. "A press release says, 'We'll do better.' A policy says, 'Who does what by when, with what consequences if they don't.'" He looked at Counsel Decker. "There's a thing we can do right now. Before committee and task force and review, we can set a standing order. No crew can call security on a seat dispute until they have read the document the passenger is holding," repeated it back, and made a note of the interaction. "You want to put body cams on that. Do it. You want to give crew a script that says, 'I'm going to read your boarding pass and repeat your name and seat to make sure I'm not making a mistake.' Do it. You want to put a signage in first class that says, 'Dignity Protocol in effect.' Do it." Counsel Decker stared at him for the length of one attorney heartbeat and then nodded once. "I'll draft the order," she said, "effective immediately in this terminal, company-wide by week's end, if leadership signs off." Nolan's head swiveled like a weather vane in a sneaky wind. "We'll need to workshop the—" "You'll need to keep your job," Ruth said mildly. Laughter again. Real this time. The big clock breathed. A hush settled over the circle. Not silence, but that expectant thing that happens before a choir finds the same note without a conductor. Marcus lifted the old watch once more and slid the strap back onto his wrist. It felt like a ritual in a world that had sold too many of them as mirth. "I'm going to ask you for something," he said, voice lower now, steady enough to carry without the speaker. "If you have ever been told you don't belong on a bus, in a lobby, in a park, in a boardroom, step forward and take this mic for 10 seconds. Don't tell your whole story. Just say the sentence that stayed with you." For a beat, no one moved. Then Evelyn stepped close, took the mic. "Back of the bus," she said softly. "You know the rest." A man in a t-shirt that read "Maintenance keeps you up" took it. "Not for customers to see," he said, a laugh in his voice and not in his eyes. "A woman in scrubs, are you the interpreter? Because you don't look like a doctor. A kid barely 15, we don't sell that brand." "Seer," he said, then added, "I was buying toothpaste." The crowd hissed a sympathy that felt like air escaping a tire. "A white man with a beard and a yarmulke. This neighborhood is changing," he said, and the sentence rolled with more history than 10 seconds can hold. "A Latina gate agent. Can I talk to your manager?" she recited, then shook her head. "I am the manager." By the 6th story, the rhythm took over. 10 seconds of someone else's bruise, then 10 seconds again. It wasn't spectacle. It was inventory. When the mic found its way back to Marcus, he didn't sermonize. He just nodded. The small bow you give at the end of a performance that wasn't one. A shrill ping pulsed through Tessa's phone. She glanced, frowned, tapped, and then crossed the small gap to Marcus, with a caution you reserve for handing someone a live wire. She tilted the screen toward him. An email. No subject. A zip file. Anonymous. The first line in the body. Osprey. Master. XLS. The second checked the tabs. His eyebrows lifted a millimeter. He looked at Ruth, at Counsel Decker, at Port Authority. He didn't open it on a public mic. He didn't swing for drama when a ground ball would move the runner. We have more work than one concourse, and one afternoon can handle, he said, sliding the phone back. But we've started the work. 5 p.m. under a clock, with a checklist. Read, repeat, record. He faced the crowd once more. There will be people who tell you this is about comfort. It isn't. Comfort is what got us here. This is about competence. Applause came, not the roar of a stadium, but the sustained, human thing you hear at a school play, when the kid who forgot her line remembers it at the last second and nails the rest. Port Authority began to release the pressure gently, a hand on a shoulder here, a nod there, the kind of crowd work that doesn't feel like work because it's done by pros. Nolan took a step back, his phone buzzing insistently with a language he spoke better than apology. Paul Torres put his palm on Marcus's shoulder. Not for comfort, for contact. See you at 9, he said. He didn't smile. He didn't need to. He looked like a man who understood the difference between consequence and condemnation. Sloane found Ruth in the thinning ring. What if I'm only doing this so I can like myself again? She asked. Ruth considered. What if the world gets better anyway? She said. Jenna killed the stream and just stood there for a second. The way you do after a roller coaster, when your legs remember how to be legs. I'm going to clip the part about the checklist, she said into the ambient air. People get that. Karen hovered 30 feet off, watching a story she wasn't the center of. For the first time in a long time, she opened her purse and closed it again like a metronome practicing shame. The big clock ticked. The concourse resumed its own plot families. Delays. The little tragedies and jokes of transit. Marcus slipped the watch under his cuff. The email in Tessa's phone waited like a door behind a door. He felt the small heat of Ruth's approval at his shoulder and the electric hum off Counsel Decker as she mentally drafted a memo with more teeth than a smile. Next step, Tessa asked. Low. Open the file? Marcus said, but not here. He picked up the mic one last time, not for speech, but for a sentence. He wanted to be the taste people left with. If you want discretion, buy a curtain, he said. Not a person. He set the mic down. The watch ticked on. The clock kept time for all of them, equally, whether they deserved it or not. The conference room, the airport lent them, smelled like old coffee and jet fuel. At this hour, the glass wall turned the tarmac into an aquarium of sodium orange fish baggage carts gliding, a pushback tug nosing a 737 like a shark pup. Fluorescence hummed. The air conditioner clicked on and off, with the small authority of machines that don't care about human emergencies. Tessa Hale locked the door behind them. Operations keeps this one off the network, she said, patting a gray laptop in the center of the table. Training room machine. No Wi-Fi card. IT calls it the Amish Dell. Counsel Decker set down a thin, hard case and snapped it open. Nitrile gloves, 2 tamper-evident bags, a portable right blocker. Chain of custody starts now, she said. No one touches anything without me logging it. Ruth Lang took the head of the table because she always took the head of the table, and somehow everyone felt obeyed. Jenna Morales slid into a chair and opened a fresh notebook, her phone face down for the first time in a year. Port Authority Officer Ortiz leaned his shoulder into the corner by the door, not guarding so much as keeping time with his presence. Marcus Walker stood a moment at the glass, watching a line of runway lights blink like a heart monitor. His father's brass watch ticked under his cuff, a small, ordinary courage. He turned back to the table. Open it, he said. Tessa pulled on gloves, ejected the machine's dead-quiet DVD drive, slid in a clean disk. Decker wrote the timestamp. Tessa plugged in a thumb drive. the one from her phone's adapter, the one that had made her hands shake between the concourse and the elevator. On the laptop, the old Windows login flowered into squares. The cursor blinked in a box that could have been a moral test. No one spoke. On the desktop, a file appeared like a dare osprey. Master. Zip. Tessa clicked. The machine thought about it. An audible grind. A folder blossomed osprey. Master. Inside playbook. PDF. Roster. CSV. Overrides. XLSM. Donor map. XLSX. Persona model. PPTX. Open the Excel with macros last, Decker said. We'll disable if needed. Tessa launched playbook. PDF first. The title page wore a corporate template in tasteful blue, guest of value courtesy protocol, Osprey. Underneath, italicized, protect the brand, protect the experience. Jenna's pen paused at brand. They flipped to a page marked 3. A clean flow chart showed boxes like a children's game. Identify VIP, assess cabin, mitigate optics. What does that even mean? Ruth asked. Tessa scrolled. A bullet list answered in the slippery grammar of corporations. If guest of value GoV experiences distress or inconvenience, consider courtesy movement of other passengers. Defer to corporate affairs for discretion-sensitive situations. Osprey code flag. Key phrase. We appreciate your flexibility to ensure all guests have a consistent, premium experience. Mitigate optics. Ruth said, that's a new way to spell appearance. Keep going. Marcus said quietly, donor map. XLSX. Opened on a map of North America. Spangled with tiny circles. Hubs. Corporate partners. Premium sponsors. A tab labeled Partners listed brand names in a column with tiers. Tier 1 Platinum. Tier 2 Gold. Another tab labeled Key Contacts. Scrolled with titles Senior Marketing Director. Beverage. VP Sponsorships. Finance. Political Liaison. State Committee and phone numbers redacted by software that put little gray bars where transparency should be. A third tab, labeled Courtesy Authority, made Decker's head tilt. It was a simple table. First column, partner name. Second column, Osprey courtesy level graded A to D. Some rows were highlighted watermelon green. Tessa clicked one at random. A level courtesy includes override capability for last-minute seat adjustments, waivable change fees, priority reseating for optics concerns. She read, optics concerns defined as, she stopped, looked up. Do I read this out loud? Read it. Marcus said. Tessa swallowed. As any factor reasonably anticipated to undermine the visible harmony of the premium cabin, the fluorescent hum sharpened like a knife honing itself. Decker wrote something in all caps. Open overrides. XLSM, Marcus said. Tessa double-clicked. A security prompt flashed. Enable content. She didn't move. Decker leaned in. Hold. Let me check the metadata first. She clicked File Info Properties. Authors scrolled in a thin box. N price. C. Winslow. OPCAA. Last modified 1 week ago. Lingba et. Comments. New scoring live. See persona sheet. Nolan Price authored. Decker murmured. Or at least his credentials did. Officer Ortiz, quiet as a coat rack, wrote N. Price on a small notepad. Underlining it. The underline sounded loud. Disable macros. Decker said, we don't need to run whatever they built. Tessa clicked disable and the sheet opened. Columns bloomed. Override ID. Date time. Station. Seat from. Seattle. Reason code. Ospyflag in. Authorized by. Notes. Row 7 made Tessa flinch. A 12. Nabalad. Reason code optics go v distress. Flegu. Authorized by. N. Price. Notes. Karen v. Delayed. Courtesy assist. Ensure smooth connection. Jenna's pen stopped moving. She didn't look at Marcus. He didn't look at her. Ruth reached for the laptop, stopped her own hand, then didn't pretend she hadn't almost reached. Scroll, she said. Rows stacked like a timeline of 34. Lax, JFK, codes, and initials, and a pattern that, once your brain learned it, it couldn't unsee. Seat from was frequently 1 ampere or 2. B. Seattle sometimes said NA de plane. What's reason code 12? Jenna asked. Tessa opened the drop-down legend. 1 medical, 2 operational. 12 cabin harmony risk. Cabin harmony, Ruth repeated. They turned polite segregation into a mood board. Decker closed her eyes for 1 second, and then opened them again like a person stepping into cold water. Next tab, she said, persona. The sheet looked like an engineer's dream, and a trial lawyer's birthday columns of features, weights, and the kind of formula that eats sunlight. Attire, score, luggage, quality, voice, dB, gate, arrival, T minutes, companion, count, row, conflict, history, and a box of gray at the edge labeled photometric L. What is photometric L star? Officer Ortiz asked. Scilab lightness. Tessa said, surprising herself. A value that estimates brightness independent of hue. Cameras use it for color correction. She paused. If you were evil, you could use it as a proxy for skin tone. The room made a sound like a gut understanding math. Ruth leaned in close, peering at the formula in the top cell. Show the equation. Tessa double-clicked. Letters and operators spilled like a secret language. Persona score, -0.25 on L star. Decker read. The darker the subject, the higher the persona score if the negative is reversed, or lower if it isn't. Either way, they've built skin into a gatekeeper. Marcus felt heat behind his eyes, not tears. A pressure like altitude change. When the cabin misses the pressurization cue, he took the brass watch off and set it on the table where everyone could see it, but he could not touch it. The second hand worked at its job. Read. Repeat. Record. Who built the model? Jenna asked. Tessa clicked review show comments. Yellow balloons sprouted in the margin. Weighting adjusted per SS site guidance and price. Lighting compensation will handle ethical concerns. C. Winslow. Legal comfortable with proxy variable. Check W. Decker no problem. All heads turned to Counsel Decker. She didn't flinch. I never signed off on anything like this, she said, flat. That comment's either a lie or a placeholder he typed to make later look like earlier. Nolan will say this was a pilot, Ruth said. He'll say no one used it in the wild. Row 7 says otherwise. Yenna said. Tessa clicked to roster, CSV, and then back to overrides. She filtered authorized by for N price. The column collapsed to a number, small enough to count with eyes. 23. Over 6 months. Cross-reference by notes, she said. More to herself than to the room. She sorted alphabetically. Names blurred. Brands didn't. A few rows wore the corporate code for Karen's employer. 2 wore political committees. 1 named a celebrity, a half step out of rehab. Open persona model. PPTX. Marcus said. The slideshow clicked alive a pitch deck with stock photos of smiling people in premium seats. Slide 3 amperes calm cabin photographs better. Slide 5. Reducing confrontation saves minutes. Minutes. save million. Slide 7 showed a scatter plot, with dots trending toward a corner labeled Harmony Zone. The axes were unlabeled. A footnote read, Variables redacted for discretion. It's tech wash, Ruth said. Paint the old sin the color of efficiency. This is at back. Who sent this to me? She said, mostly to the air. Why me? Because you're the only one who wouldn't drop it in the adjacency folder and wait for Monday. Ruth said, because you're the kind of person who keeps the training room laptop unplugged. A soft rap on the door. Officer Kim slipped in, closed it behind her. Corporate issued a statement. She says, there's no evidence of systemic issues at this time. She held up her phone like a small hostage. They're pushing it to the AP. Jenna's face colored the kind of quiet fury that makes old statues look like they're about to shout. Who approved that? She asked. A knock like a gavel cut her question in half. The door opened before anyone said, Come in. Nolan Price stepped through, teeth knotted perfect, hair surrendering to one attractive curl at his temple. His smile had the ethics of a well-lit hallway. This room is not secure, he said. Correct, Ruth answered. It's safe. Nolan ignored her. I'm here to prevent data exfiltration, he announced to Decker, as if a bet required the verb to carry extra weight. Those are proprietary documents, subject to privilege. Privilege belongs to the client, not to the department, Decker said pleasantly. And the client is in the room. She tipped her chin toward Marcus. Also, we're under a legal hold as of... She checked her watch 5 minutes ago. You'll get the memo when you stop rehearsing your denial. This is a witch hunt, Nolan said. Osprey is a courtesy program. You're reading internal drafts. We're reading overrides you. Authorized. Yenna said, hitting each syllable like a nail she planned to hang a coat on. Nolan's eyes flicked to the screen and away. I approved nothing without appropriate context, he said. Any pilot program is not systemic. Photometric L-star, Ruth said. Context enough for you. That's a lighting correction variable, Nolan said quickly. If you think our cameras are racist, I don't think cameras are anything. Ruth said, I think people are, and they build things that behave accordingly. Nolan set a palm on the table, wristbone white at the curve. Marcus, you know how this plays, he said softly, voice pitched for allies. You go public. The stock drops. The union screams. The board acts. You want to burn the house down to fix a leaky pipe? Depends who's trapped inside, Marcus said. For the first time tonight, Nolan looked at the brass watch, as if noticing a detail a stylist had slipped onto a set. His smile dimmed by 1 lumen. We can manage this, he said. Back to the room. Form a task force. Invite third-party review. Announce enhancements. We don't need to smear our own brand. Your statement already told the world there's nothing to see, Counsel Decker said. If you plan to pivot to contrition after 24 hours of obstinacy, you'll need to laminate whiplash into the style guide. Port Authority Officer Ortiz cleared his throat. It sounded like gravel. Mr. Price, he said, this is not a criminal investigation yet. It becomes one if there's evidence of disparate treatment based on protected class. The more you say optics, the more probable cause, says civil rights. Nolan took a step back as if the air had cooled. I need to call headquarters, he said. He turned, then looked at Tessa. Give me the drive, he said, too gentle. Tessa held his gaze in a way that would have made her high school principal proud. No, she said. Decker slid a tamper bag across the table with 2 fingers. We'll make you a hash-verified copy, she said. You can have that. Nolan opened his mouth, closed it. This will cost you your job, he told someone. He didn't specify who. Sometimes that's what things cost, Ruth said. He left without slamming the door. That was his control. Always leave like you meant to. Silence pooled in the shape of his absence. Outside, a jet howled at a pitch that makes bones vibrate, then rolled forward toward the darkness with purpose. Marcus picked up the watch to feel its weight, then set it down again. He turned to Decker. "We freeze Osprey," he said. "Everywhere. Now." Decker didn't blink. "I'll draft the order," she said, pen already moving. "We'll call it a dignity protocol hold. Legal authority under risk mitigation. It will complain. Corporate will scream. The board will request your immediate presence." "Good," Marcus said. "Let them." Jenna's phone buzzed. A bee in a purse. She glanced, then pushed the device toward the center of the table, like placing a card that changed the hand. "Anonymous again," she said. "They're active. Same signature as the email." They attached a photo. Tessa opened it on the Amish Dell. Let the image resolve like a Polaroid. A training slide projected onto a beige wall in a windowless room. The kind of room where enthusiasm goes to take a smoke break. The slide's title read, "Maintaining Premium Harmony." Bullet points followed. "Trust your instincts. Your eyes tell you a lot. Coach is better for lively energy. Keep the front cabin calm for brand consistency." At the bottom, a speaker's notes scrolled from the camera's angle. "Just legible. Don't write this part." "Oh, sweetheart," Ruth said to no one, and to the entire system. "Who is our ghost?" "Yenna murmuret." "Someone in training," Tessa said. "Or someone who cleans the room." She opened Playbook, PDF again, and scrolled to the end. A final page held a phrase that would have looked harmless on a different day. "Aim for a photographable cabin." Marcus felt the pressure behind his eyes again. Sharper. He pictured his father holding out the pawn shop watch to a man with a badge who thought he'd spotted a story he already understood. He pictured the crowd that had told 10-second confessions under a clock that didn't belong to anyone. "Jenna," he said without turning, "what's your gut say? Our anonymous friend is after." Jenna thought about it like a person who didn't confuse speed with intelligence anymore. "Not fame," she said. "If they wanted a byline, they'd have gone to a newsroom. They sent it to Tessa because she doesn't grandstand. They want this to get fixed, not just exposed. Then we fix it," he said. He took out his phone and opened a new message to IT. "Immediate sever Osprey integrations. Hetsta legal. Operations." And because conscience without teeth is a sermon port authority. "What about the vendor?" Decker asked, already reading ahead to the fights. "Sightstream Labs. They'll argue breach and punitive damages." "Let them," Marcus said. "We'll pay the fee and call it tuition." Decker almost smiled. Almost. Sloane Hart knocked and cracked the door. She looked smaller without her uniform jacket, as if thread count had been armor. And now she had to figure out how to be a person without a stitched shield. "I have something," she said, lingering at the threshold like a dog that's been told stay. "Come in," Ruth said, the words older than command. Sloane stepped to the table and set down her phone. "I recorded our last refresher on my watch," she said, "not to trap anyone. I do it because I forget details when I'm nervous." She swallowed. "There's a part where the trainer says, 'Read the room,' and then she says, 'You know what I mean.'" "Oh." Decker nodded. "We'll need a copy," she said, "and a written statement when you're ready." "Not now." Sloane's eyes darted to the spreadsheet still glowing on the Amish Dell. "I'm not the enemy," she said, the sentence sounding like it had been rehearsed in the mirror. "No," Marcus said gently, "you're the mirror." She blinked. Somewhere in the hall, a vacuum cleaner droned night staff, doing the work Justice speeches never mention. Sloane drew herself up an inch. "No more. But in a person that's a mile." "I'll testify," she said. "Whatever the cost." Ruth's cane tapped once noted. Officer Kim's radio hissed a few words in static. Board just called an emergency, she told them. Top of the hour. Conference center upstairs. Good. Marcus said again. We'll bring pictures. He stood, a decision muscle untensing. Tape these up, he told Tessa, gesturing to Persona and Override. On the glass, they printed the sheets. The old laser jerked, coughed, then fed page after page that smelled of hot toner and hubris. Tessa taped them to the glass wall, overlooking the tarmac. Lines of cells and coefficients turning the room into a crime scene you could learn from. Outside, a plane rotated and lifted, nose up and then gone, the roar swallowed by insulation and bureaucracy. Ruth handed Marcus a red pen like she was handing a scalpel. He uncapped it, circled photometric, L, and the minus sign. He underlined reason code, 12 cabin harmony risk. He drew an arrow from Osprey flag Y to authorized by N price and wrote in neat teacherly letters, choice, not accident. He capped the pen and set it beside the watch. Decker slid a sheaf of papers across the table. Dignity protocol hold, she said. Authority to suspend Osprey and related workflows, effective, immediate, instructs IT to sever vendor feed, directs operations to revert to manifest first procedures, requires read-repeat record before any law enforcement call on seat disputes. I included the language about body cams at gates. Unions will balk. It's why I added, with labor input. Marcus signed. The signature looked like a map of a place he hadn't visited. He passed the order to Officer Ortiz. File a copy with Port Authority, he said. Start our clock. Ortiz slid the paper into a folder like a letter to a future self. You hope forgives you. Jenna packed her notebook and reached for her phone, stopping herself from going live with a physical effort visible in her shoulders. How do you want this to break? She asked Marcus. Press conference. Leak. Internal memo that leaks anyway. Not as theater, he said. As repair. He looked at Ruth. Then Decker. Then Tessa. Then Sloan. We'll show the board first. We'll tell them what we're doing, not ask permission. We'll tell the unions we're not blaming workers for a model built over their heads. Then we'll tell the public exactly which bricks we're pulling out of this wall and what we plan to build instead. You're going to make everyone mad, Ruth said, admiration disguised as scolding. Everyone already is, he said. He picked up the watch and wound it 3 turns. The click deliberate. He lifted it to his ear. The tick felt louder now, as if the room had been soundproofed just for it. Start the clock, he said. They filed out, one by one. Under the taped pages that reflected their faces in the glass, people superimposed on formulas, the way a plane superimposes itself on the sky it doesn't own. The hallway smelled like floor polish, and the particular anxiety of conference centers somewhere below them. The concourse kept moving lost bags, réunion, coffee, the whole human conveyor belt making indignity and kindness in equal measure, because that's how crowds work. Nolan stood at the far end of the hall with his phone to his ear, mouth align. He didn't speak as they passed. He didn't need to. Everyone had chosen their lane. On the stairs to the boardroom, Ruth touched the rail with 2 fingers, a small blessing for the medal. Teach me your favorite fight, she murmured, and no one asked whether she meant the staircase or the coming hour. The boardroom doors loomed like a courtroom's. The brass handles were cold. On the wall opposite, a framed photo showed a smiling cabin under soft light, champagne angled for the camera, a photographable cabin. Marcus adjusted his cuff, the watch sliding back under cotton. His father's time ticked against his skin, each second the size of a promise. He pushed the door open. The boardroom looked like money had been taught to sit still. Walnut table long as a runway. Leather chairs with the satisfying exhale of old wealth when you sink in. A wall of glass turned the city into a spread of jewels. Aircraft stitching white lines between constellations. The air smelled faintly of eucalyptus from the discreet diffuser that coughed calming vapor near the credenza. 2 carafes of water sat like obedient rivers beside bowls of almonds. No one would touch. A framed photo dominated the far wall. A premium cabin bathed in butterlight, flutes of champagne catching it like small suns. The caption plate read, in serif understatement, Excellence, 2018. To its left, a smaller frame. Nobody noticed the last 50 meetings, a glossy still of a gate agent, laughing with a child over a paper boarding pass. The adult in the photo was cropped at the wrist. Marcus Walker set his father's brass watch on the table as if calling the room to order. It ticked with a patience that refused to be hurried by glass or walnut. Counsel Decker took the chair at his left, Ruth Lang at his right. Kane, leaning against her thigh like a quiet verdict. Tessa Hale rolled in a cart printer with a scuffed top. The Amish Dell balanced on it like contraband art. Yana Morales, Sloan Hart. Port Authority officers Ortiz and Kim took the side seats meant for people the minutes would call attendees. Directors began to file in, their presence a choreography of the confident chair Lydia Shore, with hair that had learned the shape of power. CFO Alan Cho checking his watch as if it were a second conscience. Marketing oracle Ivy Renshaw, in a blazer, the color of apology. Retired Senator Frank Merton, wearing charm like a lapel pin, and a square-shouldered pilot named Marlon Bates. Union liaison, eyes steady as a level horizon. 2 directors flickered on the wall screens from remote rooms, one with a bookshelf curated to scream sagacity, the other with a blurred background that said "My privacy is a brand," and Nolan Price, head of corporate affairs, slid into a seat, 2 down from Decker, face arranged into concern like a suit he'd have tailored if he had time. Lydia tapped her gavel. Actual walnut, because imitation breaks the spell. We are on the record, she said. Emergency meeting called by Mr. Walker. Marcus. The floor. He didn't stand. He looked at the watch, felt each second land. General Counsel has issued a legal hold, he said. No one deletes anything. No one forwards anything. No one rehearses amnesia. Understood. Heads nodded in that corporate wave where assent and self-preservation share a neck. Counsel, Marcus said. Decker's voice was classroom calm. Effective 20 minutes ago. We froze Osprey and related workflows under a dignity protocol hold. Written order circulated to IT and operations. Port Authority has a copy. We advise full cooperation to mitigate institutional liability. CFO Cho leaned back. A fraction. You've suspended the courtesy program midweek. His tone made the word courtesy sound like an antique instrument. We've suspended a system that produced unlawful discrimination, Decker said. Courtesy is not a defense. Let's see what we're discussing, Marcus said. He nodded to Tessa. Tessa wheeled the cart to the head of the table and began taping full-bleed printouts to the glass wall overrides. Persona, donor map, playbook. The city lights reflected between cells and coefficients, skyscrapers superimposed on math. She held up the final sheet, a page-sized minus sign photometric. L. With its stubborn little negative weight, what you're looking at, Tessa said, voice steady, in the way people make their voices when they refuse to be smaller, is not a draft, it's a working model. with live overrides. The column labeled Authorized By matches login trails for Mr. Price and two staffers in his unit. The variable photometric, L, a brightness measure from our cameras, was used as a proxy in a scoring function to decide who is out of place in premium. The minus sign here is not a typo, it is intent. Nolan exhaled a soft laugh aimed at reasonable pines. Lighting correction. Ms. Hale, pretending cameras are racist, is a freshman seminar, not airline operations. Ruth tapped her cane twice, enduring no fools. Cameras don't get indicted, she said. People do. Ivy Renshaw uncapped a pen with a whisper that sounded like permission. Before we conflate, she said, we should understand context. Osprey is a brand safety tool. It helps staff manage tense situations with optics. Yenna said, say the quiet part with your whole mouth. Lydia's eyes warned without looking away. Ms. Morales is here as witness and specialist. Marcus said, she's seen what our passengers see, which, thanks to a teenager with good signal, is most of America. On the screen to the right, a Sightstream Labs logo blinked awake. A man with a jaw built for panels appeared. The vendor rep, Crispin Halley. Apologies for joining cold, he said. Sightstream stands by our product. Any misuse of luminance variables would contravene our ethics module. What does your ethics module do? Ruth asked. Besides Thorn slides, Crispin brightened his smile. It prevents direct use of protected classes. Tessa pointed at the minus sign circling itself on the glass like a bird. That is a proxy. You can get to the same harm by a quieter front door. Alan Cho glanced past the paper forest toward the market habit, even when there was no ticker in the room. Let's quantify harm before we assume it, he said. How many overrides? How many incidents? What's the exposure? 23 documented seat changes flagged by Osprey in the last 6 months, Tessa answered. A cluster around reason code 12, labeled cabin harmony risk. Correlation with lower L-star values. Is she inhaled not a coincidence? 23. Senator Merton repeated, like a man holding a dart and choosing between targets. Out of millions of passenger segments, 23 times we told someone their money didn't buy the same dignity, Ruth said. Out of millions of chances to be better than that. Nolan laced his fingers as if weaving reason. Again, courtesy, he said. Sometimes we move one person to preserve the experience for 200. Sometimes, Sloane Hart said softly. She hadn't planned to speak. The words came out like an oath that discovered itself. Our refresher last month told us to read the room. Then the trainer said, you know what I mean. And Veria, Marlon Bates, the pilot liaison, looked at Sloane with the precise compassion of people who land metal in weather. You were told to use your gut, he said. I was told to use my eyes. Sloane said, my gut got overruled by a spreadsheet I wasn't allowed to see. Let's remove personalities, Ivy said, smoothing the air. We all want harmony. The word harmony belongs to music, Ruth said. You borrowed it to launder segregation. On the left screen, the remote director with the curated bookshelves leaned forward like an MC. Marcus, the statement you released this evening, no systemic issues, was prudent. We can add language about listening and learning. We announce a task force. I didn't authorize that statement, Marcus cut in. Eyes swung to Nolan in unison, the way flocks turn when a shadow moves. Corporate affairs kept his voice level. It came from standard crisis templates. He said, we had to calm the street. By lying to it, Decker said, your templates are now evidence. Let's all take a breath. Alan Cho said, a CFO's favorite verb. Markets punish confusion. If we pivot wildly, the stock takes a hit. We hamstring long-term reform. Markets can watch us tell the truth. Marcus said. He lifted the order Decker had written and slid it down the table like a small law. We will not hedge ethics with volatility charts. Crispin, from Sightstream, decided this was his moment to look adult. Sightstream cannot be the scapegoat for your cultural choices. He said, we deliver tools. Your people configured them. Your sales deck promised calm cabins photograph better. Jenna said, Slide 7. Axis labels redacted for discretion. Did you redact the part where calm meant lighter? The vendor's mouth did the math of retreat. We'll send our compliance officer, he said, and disappeared into a company-branded silence. Lydia folded her hand. We cannot litigate a whole industry in one night, she said. We can decide what we do next. Show them, Marcus told Tessa. She opened a media file on the Amish Dell. Off camera, a trainer's voice filled the boardroom with the acoustics of a windowless back of house, maintaining premium harmony. A clicker beep, then the sentence that had hung in Sloane's throat: read the room. Beat. Laughter, not laughing. You know what I mean? In the walnut quiet, words curdled into something you could smell. Who recorded that? Nolan asked, tone legal, eyes hunting. I did, Sloane said, not hiding. You can't. She can, Decker said. One-party consent in this state. Thank you, Ms. Hart. Nolan's jaw flexed. He turned to Marcus, voice re-softened. This is salvageable. He said, we roll out Harmony 2, 0 with stricter rules. No image variables. Bigger apology. Scholarships. You keep using the word harmony like it apologizes for you, Ruth said. Names matter. Jenna added, call it what it is. We did. Marcus said, dignity. Marlon Bates nodded once. If you want crew buy-in, you bring us to the table, he said. Body cams at gates. That's a negotiation. We won't put workers in a vice for decisions made 3 pay grades up. You'll be in the first meeting, Marcus said. Alan Steeplefingers. And the budget, $50 million annually for 3 years, Decker said before Marcus could. We call it tuition. Ivy's pen stopped moving. The street will ask what that buys. Time, Ruth said, and the chance to look your grandchildren in the eye. A ping sounded around the table, as if every phone shared a nervous system. Jenna glanced down and went still. It's out, she said. Anonymous dropped the spreadsheet to 3 newsroom. The minus sign is trending. Nolan rubbed his temple with the regret of a man whose plan is now a headline. Then we contain, he said, but softer, pilot light flickering. Containment is for fires you don't admit you started, Marcus said. He ran a finger along the watch's rim. The tick counted down to a decision. We will walk out there in 30 minutes and show the public everything on this glass. We'll announce the whole. The audit, the advocate office, the reporting app, the retraining. We will not say, no systemic issues. We will say, we built a machine that learned our biases and called them efficiency. We're dismantling it in public. End 1. Lydia considered the words like a chessboard with kings in odd places. A board vote. Then, she said, on whether to endorse Mr. Walker's plan. Senator Merton shifted, as if testing old campaign lines for utility. We stand for fairness, he said. And we stand for investors. The line between them is thinner than slogans. Call the vote, Ruth said, while the clock still belongs to us. Lydia lifted the gavel, poised it. All in favor of endorsing the dignity protocol hold and full transparency as proposed. Hands rose. Ruth's cane tapped. Yes. Marlon's fist lifted halfway, then fully. Alan's took a second that felt like an hour. Opposed? Lydia asked. Nolan didn't have a vote. Ivy's hand hovered, then lowered to her lap like a truth taught late. The motion carries, Lydia said, the gavel making a sound like a runway receiving wheel. Nolan leaned forward, voice almost tender. Marcus, he said, you are playing for applause now. In a week, when the street eats you, these same people will save their own resumes. Sightstream will lawyer up. Our partners will call, politicians will call. You'll be alone. Marcus turned the watch over. On the back, shallow scratches from a life that had not expected boardroom. If I end up alone, he said, it won't be because I chose the wrong crowd. The remote director with the blurred background cleared his throat. One question, he said. What do we do with the partner list? The donor map. You're about to embarrass people who buy bulk champagne. Treat them like adults, Ruth said. If a benefactor bolts because we refuse to penalize a paying black passenger, consider it pruning. Alan allowed himself the ghost of a smile. I'll model the revenue impact of pruning, he said. A second ping, then a third, the room lit with small northern lights. Jenna looked up, eyes brighter than her screen. That teenager Amy. She's live outside our building with 3 civil rights groups and 10 camera crews, she said. They're chanting 2 words. I'll give you one guess. Lydia Shore did not ask. She had been in rooms where chance decided careers. She looked at the framed photo of the butter-lit cabin, then at the red circles on the glass. She reached up, lifted the photo off its hook, and set it face down on the credenza. The frame made a breath sound against wood. Meeting adjourned, she said. Marcus, write the speech. You keep pretending isn't a speech. They rose, chairs exhaled, jackets settled. The printer on the cart clicked in the quiet like a metronome catching one last measure. Nolan remained seated, hand on the table, gaze on the minus sign. When he finally stood, he leaned toward Decker as if confiding. You know, I warned about the harmony coefficient months ago, he said softly. Decker's eyes lifted. We never used that term, she said. Silence rearranged itself. Nolan's mouth sealed before the rest of him caught up. In the corner, Ortiz underlined harmony coefficient once, twice, as if the ink knew it would matter. Self-destruction's a funny thing, Ruth murmured to the watch, which had heard more confessions than any priest. They walked the corridor toward the conference center, past framed magazine covers and staff photographs, where joy looked staged under corporate calibration. Flight attendants in group shots grinned with teeth instructions had whitened. Ground crew posed in vests that made safety look like brand. At the top of the stairs, they paused. Through the glass doors, the media swarm glowed softboxes blooming like a greenhouse of interrogation, microphones poking their stems over the rope line, phones lifted in the secular benediction of now, somewhere beyond. A chant gathered itself into words. Dignity now. Dignity now. Marcus checked the watch. The second hand advanced, indifferent to narrative arc. He thought of his father's pawn shop on a July afternoon, when the air smelled like warm pennies and cheap cooling units. He thought of a cop who never looked at a receipt because his eyes had already written a story. He thought of a teenager at a gate, filming when adults forgot how to behave. Read, he whispered. Repeat. Record. What? Yenna asked, stepping closer to hear. Operational doctrine, he said. Our new one. Read the facts. Repeat the truth. Record the change. Sloane tugged at the seam of her jacket, then let her hands fall. What if they boo? She asked. Notre mort. Just the honesty of someone who had learned to say, I'm afraid in rooms that punish the sentence. Then we earn the right to hear it, Ruth said. The doors swung. Air shifted. The chant became weather. They stepped into it. Cameras found faces. Microphones found their mouths. Nolan hung back, half shadow, fingers worrying an invisible string. On the mezzanine, A junior staffer in a vest watched with an expression that could have been hope or inventory. Marcus took the podium. The brass watch glinted on his wrist, ordinary bright. He looked into a field of lenses that reflected him as 1,000 small Marcus Walkers, each holding a line in the same sentence. "Good evening," he began, and the room went so quiet he could hear the escalator purring. "We have something to show you," he said, and turned to the glass behind him, where the pages waited minus signs and codes and comments, and the words that had dressed prejudice as harmony. He did not explain the bad photo on the credenza, face down in the room they had left. Some pictures don't need to be seen to be understood. Some are smarter with their backs to you. Outside, the night sky held a departure at rotation, nose lifting, wheels tucking, the aircraft rising into a darkness that could carry you somewhere better if you told it where to go and meant it. The watch ticked, the chant softened and held, and in the small quiet between seconds, a company decided what it would look like when the lights weren't staged. The conference center hissed with lights hot enough to raise a sweat from marble. Cables ran like veins across the carpet. Boom mics hovered. The smell of fresh coffee and ozone from the soft boxes made the air taste like a morning show. Beyond the glass doors, chants had organized themselves into weather dignity now, rising and falling with the rhythm of heartbeats. Marcus Walker stepped to the podium and laid his father's brass watch beside the gooseneck mic, as if filing a claim against time. The face caught the glare, a small, stubborn son. "We have something to show you," he said. Behind him, assistants pulled the curtains on a wall of glass, where pages were taped edge-to-edge red circles around photometric L, arrows drawn through overrides, persona, donor map, playbook. Protesters outside had seen the leaks. Some held hand-lettered signs with a fat minus sign in black marker. You could feel the room lean in, as if narrowing its pupils. On the front row, Counsel Decker kept a legal pad still as a runway. Beside her, Ruth Lang rested her cane across her knees. An iron line. Tessa Hale stood off to the side with the scuffed cart and the Amish Dell, fingers on its lid like a pianist, timing an entrance. Jenna Morales hovered between press and podium, eyes everywhere. Sloane Hart, hair pulled back severe as a regulation, tucked herself into a side-aisle seat and tried to be the size of a napkin. Hands shot up. A reporter with a national badge and a haircut cut for certainty didn't wait to be called. "Mr. Walker, did your airline use a variable that penalized darker skin, this photometric L-star, in deciding who doesn't belong in first class?" "Yes," Marcus said. The word landed without hedge and rolled through the room like thunder under carpet. Cameras shittered. Tessa picked up the thread. "L-star is a luminance measure," she said into a second mic. "Our vendor framed it as a lighting correction variable. Our team, guided by this harmony rubric, let it stand with a negative weight inside a risk score. That's the math speaking the bias it learned from us." A second reporter, local tabloid, Appetite Carnivorous, called out, "Who signed off?" "We'll publish the audit trail," Decker said, tone clinical, as a thermometer. "Every login, every override, every email, names included." Farther back, a voice with an athlete's posture folded itself into a question. "What's donor map?" The room quieted like a lake under a cloud. Jenna took that one. "A legacy perk tracker," she said. "Bulk buy accounts, sponsor relationships, 5P courtesies. It should never have touched a safety or dignity decision. We're cutting every tie between money and treatment on the ground." "You're cutting sponsors." Another reporter laughed in disbelief. "Tonight," Ruth leaned toward her mic, "you don't reform while you're still feeding the fire," she said. "You turn off the gas. On a side monitor, the vendor rep from SiteStream blinked to life, the kind of handsome that looks like a tie. SiteStream is shocked at the implication our software was used exactly as sold. Yenna said, "Your deck promised calm cabins photograph better. We'll drop the PDF with the press packet." The vendor's smile jellied. "Any misuse of luminance is against our ethics module," Ruth finished. "We saw it. It was a checkbox on a pretty screen." Flash bursts popped. The white umbrellas of the softboxes looked suddenly like parodies of clouds. A third reporter stood, a woman with a streak of silver in her hair like a lightning scar. "Mr. Walker, what's the immediate change? People want more than mood." Marcus nodded at Tessa. She tapped the space bar. The projection behind him shifted to a bulleted list that wasn't cute. Dignity protocol hold. Effective immediately. All courtesy moves frozen. Third-party audit model code. Data. Overrides. Executive comms. Passenger advocate. Independent office. In every hub. Direct line to CEO. Body cameras at gates. With union consent and strict privacy rules. Reporting app. 24-hour bias response with public dashboards. Scholarship and staff tuition. Frontline staff paid to train and certify in anti-bias and de-escalation. We will publish the code, the logs, and the training video. Marcus said, "We will not ask you to trust a promise we won't let you inspect." As if summoned by prophecy, the monitors flicked to a plain room with beige carpet and worse acoustics. A trainer's voice. Maintaining premium harmony. A click. Read the room. A titter. "You know what I mean?" The sentence hung in the conference air like a smell. The coupling of laugh track and prejudice was more obscene than any slur. Sloane flinched as if struck again. "Was that your voice, Ms. Hart?" a reporter asked, pivoting with predatory grace. "No," Sloane said. She stood, small and steady. "It's the voice we're trained to hear under other words." Cameras swiveled. Sloane swallowed, then forced the truth through her throat. "They told us to keep first class on brand. They never said skin. They didn't have to. They said harmony. And then they told us to look." A murmuration of reactions fluttered through the crowd: anger, discomfort. A rare sound called respect. A producer near the back waved frantically to her anchor. The feed in the hall bars would call this a moment. Another hand. "A different angle, Mr. Walker. Did you humiliate a woman on your flight?" The reporter checked his notes. "Karen Whitman." By forcing her to the back. The edit was already online. A clip sliced to make consequence look like malice. On a secondary screen, a conservative host theatrically wrung his hands: reverse racism. "Witch hunt." CEO meltdown. The Chiron's scream. The truth wore smaller type. "She took my seat and told me to get my black ass out of it," Marcus said. Voice even. Blade dull side up. "We'll release the unedited video, taken by 10 phones from 10 angles, and we'll release this." He nodded to a staffer, who brought a tablet to a side screen. Karen Whitman's recorded apology, already taken hours earlier with counsel and tears, played without pornographic relish. "I was wrong. I thought money meant I wouldn't be questioned. I thought whiteness meant I wouldn't be questioned. I'm doing the hours. I'm shutting up and learning." The conference center rustled, some cynicism, some relief. A few grudges, choosing where to live now. A voice at the back. "Official in the way. Boots are official." Cut through microphones. "Mr. Walker." Two figures stepped into the media light. Officer Ortiz and Officer Kim from the Port Authority held a folder thick as a wrist. Their uniforms took the air out of the room, the way altitude does. Ortiz spoke, eyes on Marcus with the kind of respect that has nothing to do with rank. We have a notice of inquiry and document demand from the Department of Transportation's Office of Civil Rights. He raised the packet so the lenses could see it without reading it. We're serving it in person. Decker's face didn't move, as if she'd expected this and gotten exactly the stamp she needed. She took the packet with both hands, the way you take a flag or a baby. "We accept service," she said. "We'll cooperate fully." Reporters smelled blood and policy. "Does this mean fines?" Cons de cri. Flight caps. Questions pelted like hail. "It means accountability," Marcus said, "and it means we'll fly better." Behind the line of cameras, Nolan Price stood in the shadow of a pillar, a posture carved out of neutrality. He typed fast on his phone with his head cocked, like a man listening to the ocean in a shell. Somewhere in the SiteStream server racks, a script woke. Tessa's laptop chirped an error code from the old world. On her screen, a process bar stuttered. "Access denied. Repository locked. Checksum mismatch." She pursed her lips and moved as if smoothing a wrinkle in a dress. The Amish Dell had been air-gapped since she wheeled it out of data ops. She lifted one eyebrow toward Ortiz. He saw it and made a note without breaking posture. A reporter yelled, "Mr. Beezing, Walker, did you or did you not direct the creation of the so-called harmony coefficient?" He put scare quotes around the words with his fingers. It made them look contaminated. Nolan's head snapped up at the phrase he shouldn't have known anyone knew. He took a half-step forward, then checked himself, calculating how to remain essential to a ship he'd tried to steer toward rocks. Marcus didn't look at him. "I directed the creation of nothing that weaponized appearance," he said. "If people under me did, they will answer. If I didn't find it fast enough, I will answer." The old man with silver hair, retired anchor, voice like the national anthem, asked the question he'd been holding for exactly this beat. "What will you put at risk to fix this?" "Specifically, my bonus," Marcus said. "My stock grant, access perks for accounts that built a culture of entitlement, a chunk of revenue we didn't deserve. And if it takes my job, it takes my job." The room inhaled. "This is the high you don't get from adjectives. Specificity under a hot light. Markets will punish you." Someone called, "Markets can watch." Marcus said, "Shareholders will sue." Someone else said, "Then I'll answer to them with numbers after we answer to the public with facts." CFO Alan Cho said from the wings, surprising himself with the fact he'd come to the podium uninvited. "We've modeled the near-term impact. It's ugly. We've modeled the long-term impact of not doing this. It's catastrophic." Another monitor cracked alive the teenager Amy, hair in a messy bun, phone at arm's length streaming from the back of the room. Comments. Water falling. Her caption read, "They're actually doing it." For once, the viewer count climbed like a departing aircraft. Nolan's phone buzzed again. An urgent insect. A message flashed on his lock screen long enough for Jenna, lighting past, to catch the gist. Crispin purge failed need. A call someone air-gapped snapshot. She didn't change her face. She just changed her route diagonal across the aisle toward Tessa. Tessa typed a string that looked like a prayer in a language from before laws. On the Amish Dell, a simple window bloomed. Attempted remote access. Detected origin SiteStream vendor net. User N. Price auth. It was the last screen. An unlucky man would want. Projected above 1,000 eyes. Jenna broke protocol and reached for the main feed key. "Marcus," she said quietly, loud enough to be recorded by the mic she hadn't meant to use. "We have something else to show you." He glanced. The old laptop's font looked like it remembered dial-up. The three words "Origin Sightstream" settled into the room like concrete. Tessa mirrored it to the wall. The heads of the cameras tilted, then locked. The message might as well have been a confession handwritten on linen. The vendor rep's face reappeared on the side monitor. He looked 10 years older in 10 minutes. "We categorically deny. Denials go in the packet," Decker said. "Along with your time stamp." Nolan took a full step into the light. Face arranged into the shape of betrayal. "That's my authorization key," he said. "I didn't. Someone spoofed my login." Obviously, it wasn't the worst lie in human history. It just came too late to qualify as clever. "Did you ever use the phrase harmony coefficient?" Ortiz asked from the lectern he hadn't expected to occupy. Nolan opened his mouth, then closed it first time. All day he'd used the right verb. The reporters were sharks now, but the water wasn't red. It was a bright, clinical fluorescent. "Mr. Price," a voice purred. "Who wrote the Harmony playbook? Who made the donor list match the courtesy switches? Who decided a hoodie red risk? Silence has edges. This one cut." "Enough," Lydia Shore said from behind the curtain, stepping forward with the clean motion of a chairwoman who'd been in hearings before. Hashtags were born. "Mr. Walker's team will answer questions about wrongdoing, and we'll do it under oath in the proper venues. This press conference is about what we're doing next. Keep your eye on the next." She ceded the mic to Marcus. He didn't lift the watch. He didn't look at the clock. He looked at the room like a pilot looks at cloud-reading shape and speed, feeling the bumps before they happen. "We are ending the behavior we incentivized, and the machine that learned it," he said. "We are returning donations tied to influence. We are ending automatic upgrades for accounts whose value came with strings. We are putting cameras on us, not on marginalized passengers. We are building an appeals process led by people who have been on the wrong end of a line." "What about the woman?" someone shouted. "The one you made sit in the back." "I didn't make her do anything," Marcus said. "I told her the truth." Sloane raised a hand. "She had no script." "One more thing," she said, and cameras reluctantly gave her a slice of oxygen. "To any crew watching this in break rooms, they told us to read the room. From now on, read the policy. Read the passenger's ticket. Read the humanity. If you can't see it, step aside and let someone else take the lead." A beat. Then a ripple of applause, ragged at first, then surprisingly whole. In the second row, a gate agent, still in a high-visibility vest, clapped with both hands above her head, as if lifting something with friends. The questions kept coming stock. Schedules, audits, unions, and the answers kept coming back with nouns heavier than adverbs. At some point, the chant outside faded into listening. At some point, the vendor window timed out. The minus signs on protest signs looked almost like math, and almost like a mouth closed in refusal. At some point, the watch ticked to a minute that became memorable for reasons it wouldn't know. They ended it without a flourish. Marcus thanked the room, lifted the watch, and stepped away. Backstage, the air was cooler and smelled like carpet shampoo and printer ink. Staffers formed a quick ring around Marcus, the way linebackers form a pocket. A few hands squeezed his shoulder in the language called, "We're here." For now, he nodded without smiling, not because he was ungrateful, but because not all muscles can fire at once. Jenna peeled him away toward a side corridor where the noise dimmed. "You've got 30 minutes before the networks do their first cut," she said. "We can get ahead with long-form sit-down half an hour with Alan or Kendra. They trust you. Or we go cold and let the documents do the talking." "Cold," Marcus said, "For once, let paper carry the drama." Thesayo got up, breath high in her chest. "We've preserved the attempted purge," she said, her voice equal parts triumph and fatigue. "Shah's signatures, chain of custody. If VendorNet touches anything again, the Amish Dell sings." "Nice work," Marcus said. She hesitated. "There's something else." She pulled a battered manila envelope from the tray beneath the cart. "This was taped to the server cage door when I went to pull the snapshot. No return. No name." Jenna took it. The paper inside was a color of white you only find in rooms where fluorescent tubes die slow deaths. A photocopied page from a training manual circa 10 years ago. Letterhead from a defunct consultancy, paragraph 5. Harmony coefficient. HC, an aggregate of visual and behavioral cues, used to predict premium cabin disruption risk. The sentence that sealed it: lower HC scores correlate with historically underperforming brand cohorts. Discretion advised. Brand cohorts. Ruth said, two words that belong together only in a room with no windows. On the bottom corner, someone had written, in pen that had bled through, "I kept this because it was wrong. I'm sorry I didn't speak sooner." No name, just a smudged thumbprint. "Anonymous can be useful," Decker said, sliding the copy into a clear sleeve. Like evidence in a trial, the carpet had expected from the start. "We'll confirm origin, but the language is the same." Nolan rounded the corner too quickly and took in the tableau envelope. Faces. The kind of quiet you don't get after jokes. He adjusted his tie by a millimeter and aimed his face at contrition. "I'll need to review that," he said. Decker held his gaze. "You'll need counsel," she replied. For the first time all day, Nolan's smile failed to print. They moved. The after rooms always looked the same: low ceilings, bad art, a platter of fruit dehydrating under an unloved cling film. Marcus leaned against a cinder block wall painted beige and felt the day hit his bones like weather hitting a building. The watch sat upside down in his palm. He traced the scratches with his thumb. Jenna's phone buzzed nonstop. She filtered instinctively threats, praise, invitations, demands. "Your mother texted," she said softly, "just a heart, and a photo of a pawn shop counter with a sign that says, 'Closed for chain.' She's poetic." "Tonight," Marcus smiled, small, like an apology to himself. "She always was," he said. He put the watch on and tightened the band by one hole, as if staying in place required extra friction. "You know we'll get hit," Yenna said. "A board member will leak a concerned quote. A senator will call you reckless on a Sunday show. Some pilot will post a long Facebook thing about how everything was fine until feelings infected operations. Let them." Marcus said, "We gave them facts. We gave them a plan. We gave them the minus sign and the math. If they love airplanes more than people, they can say it where their grandkids can Google." Sloane appeared at the edge of the room, unsure if her new courage came with a badge. "Sir Marcus Press wants me to," she said. "I said what I said. I'm not built for TV. You're built for truth." Ruth said, "TV is a trick mirror. Look past it." Sloane breathed and nodded, and walked out toward the cameras, with a gait that had to be invented on the spot. CFO Cho stuck his head in and ran a hand through hair previously unrumpled. "I just got 3 calls from a sponsor, a senator, and a hedge fund," he said. In that order, 2 threats, 1 prayer. "Which was which?" Yenna asked. "I'll let you guess," he said. Then, quieter, "We did the right thing. Check back in 6 months." Marcus said, "Not to be clever, but to be honest." Ruth tapped her cane twice. 6 months is for graphs, she said. Tonight is for vows. Ortiz and Kim returned with a clipboard, chain of custody signatures for the packet we served. Ortiz said, "We'll take duplicates." Marcus signed where Decker pointed. The pens squeaked on the carbon paper like tiny tires on wet pavement. In the corridor, someone was crying, the thin, high sound of a person whose mask had snapped. It wasn't a passenger. It wasn't a reporter. It was a junior staffer in a uniform shirt with a name patch that read Emma. She'd been tasked with moving water and was now stranded by her own tears next to a tower of bottles. Marcus approached and crouched, so their eyes were level. "Rough day," he said. She nodded, embarrassed, angry at the embarrassment. "My cousin got bumped from first last month," she blurted. "He had the ticket. They told him to be reasonable. He didn't record it. Hojas got kiet. I told him maybe it was a misunderstanding because I work here and I wanted to believe." She swallowed the rest like swallowing glass. "Call him," Marcus said. "Tell him we saw it. Tell him we'll pay his fare and his time to come see how we're fixing it. Tell him we need him in the room that writes the new rule." Emma blinked through salt and nodded like a new phrase had entered her language. They walked out together into a night that had decided to be clear after a day that hadn't. The protest had dissolved into clusters of conversation. Someone was handing out slices of pizza, like a sacrament. The soft boxes were dimming one by one, lily pads going dark on a pond of asphalt. Above the building, a plane roared toward a black that looked less indifferent than it had an hour ago. Marcus looked up, the way you do when the ground has been too much. The watch ticked against his skin. He thought of his father in the pawn shop of tickets and prices, and what gets redeemed. He thought of trains and buses and cabs, and what access really means under the weight of words people teach to software. He thought of the minus sign as both a subtraction and a mouth, refusing to say yes to nonsense again. Jenna slid a steaming paper cup into his hand. "Bad coffee," she said, "but honest coffee." He took a sip. It was terrible. It was perfect. "What does dignity cost?" he asked without meaning to, the question spilling out like steam. "Everything you can't expense," Ruth said behind him. He nodded. "Somewhere between his fingers and the second hand." The answer felt true enough to hold for now. Across the plaza, a city bus hissed at a stoplight, the kneeling mechanism sighing to meet the curb. A passenger in a wheelchair rolled aboard without fuss or spectacle. The driver waited, watched, and eased the bus back into traffic, like he'd done it 1,000 times. No chant, no cameras, just a small machine doing the right thing because someone wrote it down and meant it. "Read," Marcus said softly, like a benediction over the hum of a city that had learned to hum without apology. "Repeat. Record." The words didn't hit the microphones. They didn't need to. They rode the breath out of his chest and into the night like contrails. You can't see from the ground, but no, are there, shaping the air for the next thing that needed to lift. The federal building wore the dawn like a bad suit, sallow fluorescence humming, tile floors too clean to be kind. Coffee steam rose off paper cups like little escape plans. Marcus Walker sat on a wooden bench beneath a framed photograph of a runway at night, a streak of light cutting the black. His father's brass watch lay upside down in his palm, ticking against skin the way an engine vibrates through a wing. "Don't be a statue," Jenna Morales said softly, lowering onto the bench beside him. Her blazer was the color of newsroom midnight. Her phone buzzed against her thigh as if trying to leave. "You freeze. They'll carve the narrative around you." "I'm listening to the building breathe," Marcus said. He lifted his eyes to the ceiling ductwork like exposed ribs. "Cámaras discretas shame." Counsel Decker appeared in a suit so gray it could hide in anything. Office of Civil Rights starts in 20. Oath. Transcripts. Exhibits. No surprises, which means expect 3. Behind her, Tessa Hale maneuvered the battered AV cart like a barista with an heirloom espresso machine. The Amish Dell rode in its sacred spot, unplugged by design. Sloane Hart had traded her flight attendant skirt for a navy pantsuit that fit like borrowed courage. Ruth Lang rested a hand on her cane and inspected the marble with the disdain of a woman who'd scraped her knuckles on less polite surfaces. CFO Alan Cho arrived last. Ty nodded like a promise he was prepared to break in public. "We just got dinged," he said without hello. Credit, outlook, negative. Sponsors threatening to reassess alignment. SiteStream filed a TRO in Fulton County to stop publication of their code. Hearing at noon. "Of course they did," Decker murmured, not looking up from a tabbed binder. "We'll fight it on public interest grounds." And because sunshine kills mold, Sloane watched the revolving doorframe, the morning protesters outside with new signs, minus symbols inked black and fat. A teenage girl in a puffer jacket, Amy waved through the glass when she saw Marcus. He lifted 2 fingers in return. The watch's second hand hopped on. A marshal's voice cut through the white noise. "Office of Civil Rights. Walker et al. Proceed." The hearing room was all wood and microphones. An old church, converted for new confessions. A long table faced a panel of 3-chair Nora Merton, hair in a white bob that had outlasted administration. Dr. Ishan Kapoor, a data ethicist with Professor Han. Elaine Ramos, a former union lawyer whose eyes were tired in a useful way. A court reporter sat like an altar server, ready to catch every syllable that might become a rule. Name placards cut the room into roles. Atlas Airlines. They'd reclaimed the legacy name 2 months ago and were still scraping the decals off gates. Passenger Advocate, vendor SiteStream, and in a flourish of expense account paper, Donner Consortium. Nolan Price slid into a chair at the vendor table, not at Atlas's. His mouth made something like a smile. Next to him, the SiteStream rep Arthur Vale smelled faintly of cologne that tried too hard to be modest. He laid a leather folio on the table with a choreography of importance. Chair Merton tapped her nameplate with a knuckle, and the room settled. "Let's build the record," she said. "This inquiry pertains to allegations of discriminatory treatment in premium cabins across multiple carriers, with a focus on Atlas Airlines' use of vendor systems. We'll address algorithmic variables, training materials, and the interaction between donor programs and passenger handling. Mr. Walker, you are under oath." "I understand," Marcus said. He didn't glance at the cameras hiding behind small red lights. He looked at Merton like a runner looks at a starting pistol. Decker stood. "We'll begin with a stipulation. Atlas will produce model code, data sets, override logs, and training videos. We waive trade secret claims where public safety and civil rights are implicated. SiteStream can object but not obstruct." Vale leaned toward his mic. "SiteStream reserves all rights." "Noted," Merton said in a tone that suggested patience had a perimeter. "You could fall off." Tessa wheeled the cart to the center and plugged only one cable. The Amish Dell's screen glowed with the square purity of an earlier internet. On the projection, a file tree opened to a folder called Harmony Residuals. She clicked, and numbers and comments sprawled across the wall like a crime scene. Explain photometric. L. Star. To me like I'm your aunt. Elena Ramos said. It's a luminance metric. Tessa said. From color science, how light or dark a pixel is. The vendor sold it as a lighting correction for camera feeds. but once it lived inside a risk score and we gave it a negative weight, it functioned like a proxy for skin tone. Whether that was deliberate is the wrong moral question. The operational effect is the same. Why negative? Doctor, Kapoor asked, voice gentle with people and hard on systems. Because the harmony rubric trained on historical events where black and brown passengers were marked disruptive more often. This said, the model learned our past, then pretended it was foresight. And the people, Ramos asked, training. Did the model teach the people or the other way around? Sloane swallowed. Stood. They taught us to read the room, she said, palms flat on the table to still the tremor. Keep first class on brand. Never said skin, they said signals, clothes, tone, confidence. The model felt like a mirror that told you you'd always been right. Merton's eyes moved to Vale. Mr. Vale, did Sightstream know its clients were using luminance as a variable? Our system is vendor agnostic, Vale said, words polished smooth. We offer features. Clients configure use. The ethics module we provide is a checkbox, Ruth Lang said, finally leaning to her mic. Her cane clacked once against the floor. You sold soft words and hard edges. Don't faint now that we've turned the lights on. A murmur rippled. Merton let it roll to shore. Mr. Price, she said, shifting her gaze. Nolan straightened, enjoying the address. You're here under two names. The former vice president of operations at Atlas, and as a consultant to Sightstream. Which hat today? The truth hat, Nolan said, smiling like it hurt. We all want the same thing. Smooth operations. Happy customers. Under oath, Merton said flatly. Nolan glanced at Vale. A glance you could sell at auction. Under oath. Then, he said, Mr. Walker approved the harmony coefficient in principle. He wanted premium cabins to be placid for high-value accounts. He loved the phrase, brand cohort. Show us the approval, Decker said. Exhibit and date. Nolan's smile twitched. He slid a paper forward. Tessa took it to the projector. An email thread bloomed on the wall's subject line, RE Harmony Coefficient Pilot. The CC field was a small city. A sentence highlighted in yellow, if this calms first, speed the rollout. Signed, M. Walker. It landed with the blunt power of out-of-context truth. Marcus didn't blink. Scroll, he said. Tessa did, above the highlight. Smaller text. If this calms conflict, not people, speed the rollout. If this becomes a color proxy, shut it down before lunch. 2 sentences Nolan's printout had cropped with the delicacy of a cut purse. Kapoor exhaled through his nose. The academic version of a bark. Mr. Price, did you redact this yourself? Nolan was already pivoting. It was a summary for the board, he said. We use excerpts constantly. Did you attempt to purge repositories last night? Decker asked. Twin blades in 4 syllables. I did not, Nolan said smoothly. Tessa hit 2 keys. The Amish Dell projected a screen grab attempted remote access. Detected origin Sightstream vendor net. User N. Price auth. Timestamp. IP. Logged and notarized by Ortiz from Port Authority last night. Vale leaned back as if distance were virtue. Nolan smiled again, but it didn't make it to his eyes. Spoofing is trivial, he said. Someone sets me up. I get crucified. Mr. Walker looks clean. Classic. Ruth tilted her head. Men who call crucifixion classic never had a nail near a hand, she said. Merton rapped her pen once. We're not here to flirt with metaphor. We're here to document mechanics. Ms. Hale, show us the training video. The beige room reappeared. The trainer's voice, recorded in a tone designed to make tired staff feel silly for questioning. filled the wood. Maintain premium harmony. Read the room. A laugh track that wasn't laughter, then a slide more honest than the words, a grid of faces from stock photography, mapping smiles to risk, white teeth models, all green check marks, brown faces with beanies and hoodies slashed with orange triangles, Sloane's hands curled inwards, nails digging crescents into her palm. Jenna felt the room tighten. The kind of collective inhale that could turn into a decision. Chair Merton turned to the second table. A woman with ringlets that refused to be tamed lifted her chin. Maya Drew, she said, passenger advocate, founder of the Open Cabin Project. Proceed. Merton said. Maya unfolded a typed statement. We collected 416 affidavits, she said. Stories repeat like a bad chorus. Your voice is too loud. We need to keep this space calm. Show me your ticket again. They said harmony and meant less of you. Her eyes flicked to Marcus. 3 months ago, I would have named Atlas the worst offender. Today, I'm risking being called a sellout for saying this. They're the first carrier to say the quiet part out loud and kill it. I'm here because apology without sacrifice is marketing. You'll get your sacrifice. Nolan muttered, not softly enough, under oath. Merton repeated, a metronome with teeth. Marcus stood. We ran a machine that learned our cowardice. He said, we will stop it, and we will pay for having run it. Adam Cho leaned into his mic, voice soft, like complicated math. We're grounding the harmony layer across the network within the hour, he said. Manually, if we must expect delays. You can't do that mid-peak. Nolan blurted, you'll strand passengers. Ruth interrupted. We call them people, as if the building wanted to underline the point. Jenna's phone vibrated with the violence of a sudden storm. She glanced, her eyes sharpened. Gate 36. Newark, she said. Right now, she slid the phone across to the panel. Live video, a black veteran in a satin bomber jacket standing by a gate podium, while a supervisor kept repeating, for brand consistency, Seer, please lower your voice. His voice was level. His hand shook around a boarding pass that had been examined and rejected 3 times. Merton watched without expression, the good kind of cold. Mr. Cho, she said. Cho turned to an assistant against the wall. Kill harmony at Newark. Now, go analog. I want a regional ops manager at 36 yesterday. The assistant sprinted. Jenna's live video wobbled as someone apologized to the veteran and ushered him forward without flourish or slogan. The phone kept recording a face unclenching. A tiny victory that didn't look good on a billboard so much as it felt correct in a throat. Merton made a note. It looked like a check mark. Decker pivoted. We have one more exhibit, she said. She held up the photocopy Sloane had brought down from the server cage door. The defunct consultancy manual page, 10 years old. Letterhead from Sterling and Hartwell Consulting. Never heard of them, Vale said. They folded after a class action. Yen namurmured. Of course you didn't. Decker projected the page. Harmony coefficient. HC aggregate of visual and behavioral cues to predict premium cabin disruption risk, and in sentences that had aged like milk, lower HC scores correlate with historically underperforming brand cohorts, discretion advised. The room bristled. Dr. Kapoor tapped his pen. Mr. Vale, did your company inherit this playbook from Sterling and Hartwell? Sightstream acquired certain assets, Vale conceded, but not liabilities. Culture is a liability when it goes unexamined. Ramos said. Merton let the silence sit long enough to draw blood from it. We will recommend formal action, she said. Fines, mandatory audits, consent decree. But I'm more interested in structure than punishment. Mr. Walker, what will die for this to live? Marcus looked at his hands, brown and nicked, from a pre-CEO life that involved tools. He felt his father placing the watch on his wrist the day he took a desk with windows. He looked up. My control, he said. I'm transferring a third of my super voting shares into an irrevocable trust. Seat 1 Ampere Trust, chartered to protect the dignity protocol and the appeal office's independence, trustee board a passenger advocate, a union rep, a civil rights attorney, and a rotating frontline employee. They can veto any policy that undermines those protections, including overriding any CEO, including me. Decker's head turned, not in surprise. She'd drafted the instrument at 2 a.m., but in the quiet awe of watching a pen become an era. Lydia Shore board chair stood at the back, having slipped in without entourage. Atlas's board will consent, she said. Today. Nolan laughed. A small, ugly sound. Heroics, he said. Stockholders will sue. You'll be a martyr with a podcast. Under oath, Merton said again. Because sometimes repetition is judgment. Amy had inched into the hearing room, standing on her toes in the last row to see the wall. Make him swear on something that isn't his own name. She whispered to no one and to everyone. We'll enter the trust in the record, Merton said, and if you reverse it, we'll enter that too. May I? Ruth asked. She didn't wait for permission. She leaned over and slid the trust papers onto the table in front of Marcus. The pen she offered was black and heavy, the kind you sign peace with or war with, depending on what kind of morning you've had. Marcus didn't make a speech. He signed where Decker had underlined in judicial blue. The court reporter captured the scratch of ink like a sound bigger than handwriting. Exhibit Q, Merton said softly. The room exhaled, surprised to find that breath had been optional until then. Vale cleared his throat, a man newly aware of his own. Sightstream will need to consult counsel before we agree to any code release, he said, frailty edging his certainty. You'll do more than consult, Ramos said. We can subpoena. Meanwhile, Kapoor said, turn off your cross instances. All carriers, not just Atlas. That's not how our architecture veil began. Then stop. Because the only thing worse than being technically wrong in that room was being technically right in a way that showed he'd thought about the wrong problem for a decade. Nolan fumbled with his phone under the table. Ortiz, who had been an uninvited ornament until then, stepped forward and placed a hand on the vendor table gently, palm down, phones on the table. Please, he said, chain of custodies. A jealous god. Merton leaned back, satisfied the day had earned its tape. We'll break 10 minutes, she said. Then we'll reconvene for testimony from the union, donor consortium, and the passenger who filed the Newark complaint last month. She looked at Maya. Miss Drew, you'll get your reforms. Mr. Price, you'll get your perjury warning in writing. The gavel's light rap sounded like a train brake hissing its relief. They spilled into a hallway of cinder block and carpet squares. Jenna's phone lit like a Christmas display. We're leading every feed, she said, some calling it performative, some calling it precedent. One headline just reads, minus signs and mothers. Marcus smiled at that, small and real. My mother will clip it for the pawn shop wall, he said. Tessa peeled off toward an alcove, with a power outlet patched into the wall by a budget committee. She plugged the Amish Dell into a surge protector that looked like a question from 2003. We're blind while ops rolls back, she said, fingers doing small math above the keys. But we set a guard. If VendorNet breathes near our repo, I'll hear it like a smoke alarm. Good, Decker said. No more heroics. We've had our quota before lunch. Sloane stood alone for a beat, feeling the adrenaline leaching, the hands beginning to shake. Now that they didn't have a microphone to anchor them, I thought it would feel like victory, she said to Ruth without trying to hide the wobble. Feels like something else. Work, Ruth said. Victory leaves. Work stays. Eat a granola bar. Alan Cho walked up, his face in the version that says, I have a number, and you are not going to like it. Cancel window just spiked as manual overrides throw off crew time. He said quietly to Marcus, we're going to strand people, not just the rich ones. We'll pay. Marcus said, hotels, vouchers, actual apologies. Apology don't scale. Alan said, he didn't mean it unkindly. He meant it like gravity. They will today, Marcus said. Somewhere down the hall, a staffer slipped a paper across a chest-high table. Throw denial. Fulton County judges scrawl in the margin sunlight is good for airplanes. Yenna snorted. We should put that on a tail, she said. They reconvened. The donor consortium sent a man with a jaw that looked like it had eaten antitrust law for breakfast. He wore cufflinks engraved with Latin words that avoided meaning. Philanthropy sustains culture, he began. Philanthropy buys priority, Maya Drew corrected. It sustains the culture where money is a synonym for manners. We're withdrawing lounge privileges tied to donations, Alan said into his mic. Today, the donor rep sputtered. Merton stared at him the way the ocean stares at a rock. The union spoke next. A gate agent in a union polo took the mic and said, I've been here 20 years. We don't need AI to tell us who's going to be a problem. We need enough staff so we aren't problems. The camera on me is fine if the camera's not a cudgel, and if I say the rule is wrong, don't call me a negative attitude on my performance review. Ramos nodded like she was in church. Body cams, with union-negotiated privacy, she said. Written limits on management misuse. A real appeal path. You'll sign this. We'll sign. Marcus said, engraved. The morning elongated, and then collapsed as mornings in buildings like that often do. By noon, the sunlight in the windows had decided to make a couple of earnest triangles on the floor and leave. The court reporter flexed her fingers like a pianist preparing for the late show. During a lull while they waited for the Newark passenger to arrive, Merton set down her pen and looked at Marcus directly. You know you didn't start this, she said softly, for the transcript, but also for the man. But you ran it. You understand the difference between guilt and responsibility. I do, Marcus said. He let his hand rest over the watch face, as if easing a tremor that wasn't in the metal but in the body wearing it. Good, Merton said. Not many people do. The Newark passenger was a woman with a scar near her eye that made you want to know the story, and not ask the story. She sat at the table and told them exactly what happened. The words, the tone, the shoulder that blocked. The apology that came only when a camera pointed. No adjectives, just nouns and verbs that took away the room's oxygen and replaced it with something cleaner. On her last sentence, Nolan shifted in his chair as if his body had decided to generate heat for some useful reason at last. I just want to say, he began. Ortiz's hand lifted, palm out. Under oath, he said, for Merton, for himself, for anyone in the room who might forget the floor they were on. Nolan shut his mouth. He was learning, too late, that some rooms teach faster than others. The panel recessed with the promise of findings drafted in paragraphs that would one day be cited by other lawyers in other rooms. In the hallway, cameras waited like gulls. Jenna checked with Marcus 2 sound bites, then back to the office. He nodded. He didn't trust anything lengthy that didn't come with footnotes anymore. Outside, the protest had become conversations, then pizzas, then rides shared. Amy had moved herself to the edge of the stone steps, where sun fell like mercy. She sat cross-legged on the granite and pointed her camera up at herself. At the doorway, at the minus signs someone had chalked on the walkway. "They're doing it," she told her viewers, "not perfectly, not with pretty speeches, with paperwork and people who look like your aunt." Back inside, Decker slid a manila folder toward Marcus. "Seat 1 Ampere. Trust is recorded," she said. "Irrevocable. The ink will outlive all of us. You good?" "No," Marcus said, which somehow means yes. His phone buzzed. A text from his mother, a photo of the pawn shop counter closed for change sign, taped a little crooked, a heart emoji that looked both ridiculous and like an heirloom. He pocketed the phone and headed toward the exit. The hallway yawned like a throat, swallowing. The watch ticked, steady in the way. Machinery is steady when human beings give it edges to run against. At the top of the stairs, he stopped. Across the street, a low-slung brick building sat quiet. A bus hissed at a light. A man in a wheelchair rolled into sunlight without permission or drama. Marcus pressed his palm against the cool of the handrail, the exact temperature of unfancy resolve. Jenna came up alongside him, matched his pause. "You gave up your favorite toy," she said. "It was never mine," he said. "It belongs to whoever's boarding next." "Putik," Jenna said. "Let's go feed it to the anchors so they don't invent a version where you cried." "I might yet," he said, and almost smiled. As they stepped into the day, a plane clawed a line across a sky that had decided to be blue. It looked like a minus sign tilted into momentum. The trail would vanish. The air it carved would help the next thing lift. In the lobby behind them, the court reporter boxed up her notes. The Amish Dell word. The trust sat cooling in a file drawer, like a new law, learning its shape, on a bench no longer occupied. There was a circle from a coffee cup that hadn't been there that morning. It would dry without help. Some stains require scrubbing. Others you let time handle. Marcus couldn't tell which kind this was. He didn't need to. He had more ink to burn, and a meeting about Newark to be late to on purpose, so a gate agent could speak first. "Read," he said under his breath, "to the air, to the building, to the watch. Repeat. Record." Above the steps, a flag caught a breeze. It had not been promised. It whispered against itself, undecided. Then it snapped once, loud and clear. The cameras missed it. The people didn't. Chapter 10. The Last Seat. They dressed the hangar like a courtroom that could fly. Floodlights bristled on tripods. A lectern sat on painted concrete between a maintenance ladder and a jet engine, the size of a studio apartment. The place smelled like cold aluminum and citrus solvent. Reporters arranged themselves in lanes of tape, each square marked with a minus sign. Someone from facilities had chalked earlier. A quiet nod to the day's symbol, a subtraction of what never should have been added. Jenna Morales leaned to Marcus Walker and fit his lav mic against the soft edge of his hoodie. "You sure about the hoodie?" she whispered. "I am," he said, because clothes were a sentence you could write before you spoke. The cameras blinked awake, red dots all the way down. A tech counted with his fingers. 3, 2. "Good evening," Marcus said to the nation, and the men on forklifts who had stopped to listen. "We'll be brief and we'll be clear. Atlas is grounding the so-called harmony layer across our system. No algorithms will decide who belongs where. Any system we build will now answer to a watchdog we cannot buy or bully." A look down, then back up as if he'd found the word tucked under his shoe. "We've transferred a third of my super voting shares to an independent trust designed to protect dignity policies from CEOs, including me. It is Irreversible. Questions flared. Hands lifted like a flock of gulls. He picked one. What about donors pulling support? A woman asked, her press badge laminated like a shield. We're hearing the lounge program is hemorrhaging cash. Alan Cho, 2 paces behind the lectern, answered with the calm of a man counting sand and calling it math. We're decoupling philanthropy from privilege. Donations will fund scholarships, not seat maps. We'll be fine. Fine is not a number. Another reporter said. Alan almost smiled. It is tonight. Maya Drew from the Open Cabin Project stood just outside the tape. Jenna had insisted she stay close if they tell you to the back. Stand front, she'd said. Maya didn't ask a question. She held up her phone and recorded. Last thing, Marcus said, we'll make mistakes. We'll correct them in the sunlight. He stepped away from the lectern. The floodlights softened. The camera red dots dulled. For a second, the hangar sounded like nothing, until a torque wrench clicked twice on a far engine. Small, mechanical, honest, back in ops. The old Del Tessa Hale had nicknamed the Amish sat like a square-jawed prophet. In a room of glass and touchscreen, Tessa balanced an elbow on a crate of paper that hadn't been thrown out because someone's job was still to stamp initials. She'd set tripwires in the code base, tiny lines that would ring a bell if anyone tried to resurrect what they'd killed. At 12, 3 amperes. A window popped up like a gilt that couldn't wait for morning. Alert Vendornet, inbound authentication, admin key N. Price auth. Action attempted privilege. Escalation. Location off-site Phillips Hotel Wi-Fi. 12th floor. Tessa breathed out through her nose. Steady. She didn't curse. She took a screenshot. Then she called Ortiz, whose ringtone Marcus had once labeled the sound of handcuffs, thinking, send me the chain. Ortiz said, don't touch your keyboard again, unless it's to order a pizza. She texted Jenna a single-word bell. Jenna and Marcus were still under the hangar lights, answering wrap-up questions about layovers and lawsuits. Jenna felt the phone hum near her ribs, glanced down as if at her own pulse, and slid the update across to Decker, without breaking eye contact with a reporter asking if this was corporate theater. Decker read the alert, nodded once, and made a gesture that looked like brushing something off a sleeve. A green light shaped like grace. Ortiz and a partner were in the Phillips lobby by 1220. The night clerk tried to be bored. He failed. Cameras caught 2 men, who looked half federal and half tired, stepping into the elevator with a bellman who loved the job enough to hate that the elevator was slow. On the 12th floor, Nolan Price opened his door mid-knock. He'd already put on a sport coat over a t-shirt that read Harmony in a serif. So self-satisfied, you wanted to cut it with a butter knife. He tried on a smile that didn't know how it looked on a face. Gentlemen, he said, if you're here to protect me, you're late. I've been getting threats all night. We can help with that, Ortiz said smoothly. Start by putting your phone on the dresser. Nolan did, but the way older brothers do chores, neat enough to pass a glance, sloppy enough to satisfy himself. Ortiz picked up the phone and rotated it, reading the hairline cracks of Tamper pride. The home screen showed a photo of Nolan on a lake with a child whose face he hadn't cropped out. He was not a monster. He was a man who did not believe he needed to be careful. We're here because your credentials knocked on a door you don't own. Ortiz said, credential theft is rampant. Nolan replied, deadpan slipping into smirk. Deep fakes. You guys watch the news. Do you? Ortiz asked. We're on it. Nolan almost laughed. You think the public wants this airline to fly on vibes and apologies? They want harmony. They want order. You pull the algorithm, the flight attendants go with their guts. You know the human gut. It's racist. You just put it on the record. "It's not your defense I'm curious about," Ortiz said. "It's your timing." Nolan's smile stiffened. He stepped back. "I need a lawyer. You needed one 12 minutes ago," Ortiz said, and because he was tired, and because it's easier to ask forgiveness than permission at midnight under buzzing fluorescent, he added, "You're under arrest for attempted tampering and obstruction. If your lawyer's awake, he can meet us in holding." The sport coat slipped. As Nolan's arm lifted, he touched the dresser like it could steady anything. He tried a different tactic. "This kills my career," he said, and there was suddenly a person in the sentence. "I know what public shaming does. Mr. Ortiz, my kids." "Public shaming is a choice," Ortiz said. "Less dramatic choices were available to you every day." They escorted him to the elevator. A couple in bathrobes stepped out and did that thing humans do when proximity and shame collide, pretend they are inside a quieter story. Downstairs, the night clerk looked relieved. He had lived in a world where something actually happened. Ortiz guided Nolan to the back exit, where a sedan waited with a mesh divider that gave off a particular rattle that could never be mistaken for anything else. Back at Ops, Tessa stared at the Amish Dell and its quiet triumph. She rubbed the bridge of her nose until fireworks popped against her eyelids. "Tell me we're done," she said to the empty room. The server blinked a square green eye that looked like a lullaby. By mid-morning, news broke, not all of it Michael Bay dramatic. A photo of a man in a sport coat entering a car with a hand on his elbow, a caption that used the word consultant like a shrug. Sightstream released a statement as if printed on a napkin: "Compliance matters." "We are shocked." Arthur Vale, on a different network, spoke for exactly 13 seconds and then let his eyes look wounded for 14 more. Jenna wrote like a medic, patching sentences and triaging adjectives. She refused to run a hero shot of Marcus. She published the trust documents instead. Her lead described the hangar's smell and the mechanic's torque wrench, and how a good click could be louder than applause. At noon, Sloan Hart stood in a training room, painted the color of patience. 20 new hires and 50 old hands filled plastic chairs that had been purchased by someone who thought folding was a personality. Sloan touched the pad of her thumb to the crease of her palm, a nervous habit she'd picked up recently and hadn't decided whether to keep. "No slides today," she said into the mic, clipped to her collar. "Just 3 sentences you can take to a gate or a galley. 1. Read the rule, not the rumor. 2. Check the ticket, not the tone. 3. If a minus sign shows up in your head, ask who drew it." She told them about the beige training video from years back, the one with the laugh track that wasn't laughter. She told them what it felt like when you thought you were guarding a brand and realized you were drawing a border. She didn't cry, not out of strength, but because the feeling had moved somewhere else, into a muscle that now held her posture up straighter. A hand went up, a senior flight attendant with a buzz cut and a scar on her forearm that said she'd cooked on a line before she learned the cart. "What do we do when a premium passenger says, 'I pay your salary'?" the woman asked. "Say, 'You pay the fare,'" Sloan said. The room laughed, but softly, like they were learning to laugh again, without using anyone as a prop. More serious document. Escalate to the advocate's line. You are not alone in that moment anymore. A gate agent in the back raised his hand. "What if my gut says trouble, and I worry that makes me the problem? Am I supposed to ignore my gut?" "Train your gut," Sloan said. "It's a muscle, not a god." Later, in the cafeteria where the coffee tasted like a men's, Ruth Lang broke a muffin with her hands and handed Sloan the larger half. "You were good," she said. "You told the truth like it wasn't afraid of you." "It still is," Sloan said. "Good," Ruth said. "Fear that stays honest is a guide dog." Toward evening, with the city's heat peeling itself off the tarmac and the sky going to brass. Marcus rode the shuttle to Concourse B without entourage or press badge. Every step tasted like old airport air jets, fryer oil, janitor's lemon. He liked it. He found his gait with the ease of muscle memory. It felt less like a pilgrimage and more like a return to grammar. He was not boarding first. He was boarding when his group number was called 4. The agent at the podium glanced up, not struggling to place him. They all knew his face now, but she didn't stand or fawn or perform apology. She checked his boarding pass exactly once and said, "Welcome aboard, Mr. Walker," as if it were the kind of courtesy you offered a person because they were human, and here, his seat was 27B. The seat didn't recline like a secret. The window shades clicked like teeth. The man in 27 amperes wore coveralls, with a name patch that read ROBB. The woman in 27C held a Bible and a sandwich, wrapped in wax paper, with the kind of care people save for origami and children's drawings. "Big day for your people," Rob said without looking over, voice like a socket wrench, neither friendly nor not. "They're my people too," Marcus said. Rob nodded. "Everybody's somebody's people," he said, and went back to scrolling through pictures of fishing lures on his phone. The front of the plane filled with the sound of premium jackets. In row 2, a man in a suit, the color of expensive DVRs, snapped his fingers for a flight attendant, like ordering a ghost. "We need to maintain the premium experience," he said before takeoff to no one, and to the row attendant with the kindness of a brick. "Last week, I saw sneakers up here." The attendant, a man with a half-moon scar near his temple and a body camera clipped to his collar, smiled in a way that warmed without bending. "We maintain the safety experience for everyone," he said. "Sneakers help with that sometimes." The man in the suit huffed and looked at his cufflinks as if they could learn him something. From 27B, Marcus listened because listening had become both penance and habit. He closed his eyes and felt the taxi like an old record rumble. Whine. A pause that stretched until the brain wrote "now" in all caps, and the body obeyed. As the plane tilted into the sky, he felt the brass watch slide against his wrist from gravity and grief, the way you can feel two things at the same time and call it physics. Halfway to Detroit, the seatbelt sign pinged off. The cabin made that sound it made when people believed in air again. Seatbacks shuffled. Whispers rose. An attendant named Lily moved down the aisle with a cart that had a wobble in its left rear wheel. She offered drinks like communion. She got to 26C, where a teenager wore a hoodie that still had the little plastic barb from a store tag sticking out near the pocket. The boy's mother had plucked it that morning and missed one. A premium passenger in row 6 stood up to stretch when the cart blocked his path. He glared back at Coach with an expression that had learned to be bored before it was old. "They're loud," he said, and pointed with his lips, a trick he'd learned somewhere he didn't think about. "I can hear them in my cabin." Lily didn't say she said, "The cabin does not belong to you, sire," in a tone so even it felt like flooring. Her camera caught the exchange. It was not evidence. It was memory with timestamps. The premium passenger sat. He put his earbuds in and made a note on his phone that was either a grocery list or an angry email. He would likely never send it. He felt worse and didn't know why. Good. Back in 27B, the woman with the wax paper sandwich said, to no one and to them both, "Sometimes the sky is kind." She offered Marcus half. "Thank you," he said. He took a quarter because he'd learned that humility is portion control. They landed to a dusk that looked like bruised fruit. The taxiway signage glowed the jealous yellow of machines that have never tasted morning. Marcus waited to deplane near the back, resisting the muscle memory of hurry. When he reached the forward galley, Lily stood aside and smiled with her whole face. That policy about 1 ampere? She asked. Is it true? It's unassigned now, he said. We rotate it for standby crew and random upgrades. Sometimes it'll go empty. Good, she said. An empty seat can keep people honest. Like a pew, he stepped into the jet bridge. It breathed the way they all do, a damp exhale of old exhale. Ruth Lang waited at the gate with a canvas bag that had seen different years than the floor beneath it. She handed Marcus a key on a ring the size of a bracelet. The key had his mother's engraving on the back. Walker's Pawn. Since '86. Thought you had that? He said. We have the building, Ruth said. Not the business. We're selling off the cases and the neon, turning it into a drop-in center for people who get told to wait somewhere else. Marcus' face did a small, intimate collapse in a muscle only his barber had seen move. My father stood behind that glass more hours than I've been alive, he said. All that time goes with the glass. Ruth said, none of the love does. That stays. Also, we're keeping the bell. The bell, he repeated, hearing it in his head ding. Door? The sound of errand and history. He put the key into his pocket, like a person tries not to cry in a place with floor decals. Outside, the night fixed its collar against a wind. Jenna's text arrived like a friend knocking once. We're trending, not the hashtag, the trust. They're calling it the last seat. He typed, deleted. Typed again. Nothing lasts unless it's carried. Amid luggage carousels droning through the alphabet of cities, a TV on mute played a panel show full of men who loved their own elbows. The Chiron called Nolan Price a former consultant. The panel frowned in unison. A choir of options. In a corner of the screen, a live shot showed a protest outside Sightstream. Minus signs bobbed like flags that had chosen subtraction as their country. Near baggage claim, a boy drew the symbol on the fogged glass of a display case with one finger and watched it vanish as the condensate decided back into water. He drew it again. The mother said nothing. She watched too. Marcus walked to the curb with Ruth and waited for a car whose driver was on his first week of the job and played talk radio softly to keep his nervous system company. They got in. The driver stared in the rearview mirror like a person trying to decide if life had split into before and after. He pulled into traffic as if merging into a moral lane. Where to? He asked. Gratiot, Marcus said. The old pawn shop. You hear what they're calling it now? The driver said. What? Mina's house, he said. Some kid on the internet said it. Stuck. I'll drop you by the bell. They crossed rivers and neighborhoods that had kept their names even when their luck fled. The city unspooled. Like tape you didn't want to pause. They stopped in front of the old storefront. The window was papered from the inside, with butcher paper that smelled like nothing if you hadn't grown up around butcher paper. The neon sign lay face down on a dolly, the bend of its gas tube like a sleeping spine. Inside, a contractor unscrewed glass cases with the reverence of a man undressing a memory. Marcus found the bell small, tarnished, the kind of object you cannot buy on purpose. He pressed it. Its ding sounded exactly like childhood, divided by 10 and multiplied by today. He took off the brass watch. He set it on the counter. He traced a minus in the dust beside it, then brushed it away with the flat of his hand. No magic trick happened when he touched the watch. No time travel, just the cool of metal remembering wrists. He did not leave it. He tucked it back on his arm. Some relics belonged to Bones. Last seat, Ruth said behind him, not looking at the watch, looking at the cases leaving. There will always be another last. He said, "Good." She said, "Keeps us from declaring victory." And building a statue, he locked the door behind them. The street's cold took a small bite out of his ear. Across the way, a bus hissed, kneeled, and then rose in the weary ballet. It did twice an hour for pay, with no applause. A woman with a tote bag boarded, a man with a cane did. 2. Minus house watched, not yet itself, a future in cardboard and permits before bed. Marcus opened his laptop not to draft a memo, but to send a note to Lily's supervisor with names and thanks and no exclamation points. He sent one to Alan with the subject line "Math and the Body." "We'll make the budget scream for a month. Let it." He sent one to Jenna, "Leave me out of the next piece." Put Sloane and Maya and the Newark passenger in it. He sent nothing to Nolan because there are letters you don't write. He shut the laptop and let silence do the rest of the paragraph. The watch ticked. Somewhere, an old server in ops spun down with the contented whir of a machine given permission to sleep. At dawn, he walked the concourse before the coffee machines had decided foam. He passed 1 ampere on a waiting aircraft. It sat empty. Intentionally, a tiny, holy waste. A young flight attendant paused by the seat and touched the headrest with her fingers, the way some people touch church doorways when they enter. She didn't make a wish. She just started her shift. Marcus stood in the aisle for a breath. He whispered 6 words that were not a slogan and not a prayer. Seats are not ranked by worth. He stepped back into the jet bridge and let a line of passengers pass like a river with carry-ons. Outside, the sky chose blue for its outfit. A plane went up, carving a line that looked like a minus gathering speed, then thinning to nothing you could point at and everything you could breathe. There would be another hearing, another gate where someone said the wrong thing and someone else recorded it. Another newspaper that would try to write evil like weather and be reminded it is not. There would be flights that left on time, and the quieter, rarer thing, arrivals that did not humiliate. He had given away what could not be given back. He had kept what must be kept. He had learned to live inside the hallway between those 2 doors. The last seat wasn't a throne, it was a placeholder for what you do next. Here's the heart of the story. Plain and simple dignity isn't a luxury. It's a birthright. Real gold doesn't fear the fire, and real character doesn't hide when things get hot. We're reminded that silence can wound as deeply as an insult, that sunlight is the best disinfectant, and that we reap what we sow in everyday life. That means 3 gentle practices. Pause before you judge. Walk a mile in someone else's shoes. Speak up when a line is crossed without shouting, but without shrinking, and build boundaries that keep toxic patterns out of your home, workplace, and community. If someone treats you or anyone like they don't belong, don't take the bait. Take notes, take witnesses, take action. If you hold power, use it to protect, not to humiliate. If you've caused harm, choose accountability over defensiveness. The long road shows what we're made of. Start small, check the rule, not the rumor. Check the facts, not the face. Offer a steady word to the person being sidelined. Teach your grandchildren to name bias and to choose better. And when you're weary, remember you can't pour from an empty cup. Rest, then return with courage. I'd love to hear how this landed with you. What part of the story or lesson spoke to your lived experience? Share your thoughts or a time you broke the silence and stood up for fairness. If the message resonated, tap like to help it reach others, and subscribe so you won't miss the next story that challenges, comforts, and invites reflection. May your evening be calm, your spirit steady, and your path lit by small, faithful acts of justice. May peace find you after the noise, and may hope sit beside you like a quiet friend, ready for tomorrow,